Are you driven by ambition, aiming for significant achievements, yet simultaneously feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of tasks, decisions, and the relentless pressure to do more? Do you suspect there might be a smarter way to succeed, one that doesn't demand constant grinding or lead to burnout? If you value your time and energy and secretly wish for a path of effective least resistance, then Work Less, Win More is your guide. This book directly challenges the pervasive hustle culture myth that equates effort with results in a linear fashion. Instead, it offers a practical, actionable framework built on principles of psychology, productivity, and strategic thinking designed specifically for the ambitious but intelligently lazy individual, someone who wants maximum impact without maximum exhaustion. You'll learn to strategically channel your finite energy and effort towards the activities that truly matter, systematically minimize drains, and build sustainable systems for achieving more by doing less of the ineffective work. This isn't about cutting corners. It's about cultivating an intelligent, focused approach to effort that leverages fundamental principles of effectiveness to amplify your impact. Chapter 1, Effort Paradox. I was 17 when I first heard the phrase that would haunt me for years. The harder you work, the luckier you get. My high school basketball coach had it emblazoned on our team shirts, and it became our mantra. We believed it completely. More practice shots, more sprints, more hours in the gym. The equation seemed simple and irrefutable. Effort in, success out. 20 years later, I found myself sitting in my office at 11 p.m. on a Tuesday, staring blankly at my computer screen. My eyes burned from fatigue. My third coffee of the evening had long since worn off. I was putting in 14-hour days, 7 days a week, trying to scale my consulting business. According to everything I'd been taught, this level of effort should have been translating into proportional success. But it wasn't. Despite working twice as many hours as my competitors, my results weren't twice as good. Some days, they weren't even half as good. I was exhausted, irritable, and worst of all, the quality of my work was suffering. The harder I pushed, the less I seemed to accomplish. It made no sense. That night, I had what alcoholics call a moment of clarity. The relationship between effort and results wasn't linear. It was paradoxical. I was trapped in a cycle where more work was yielding diminishing returns, yet I kept doubling down on the very strategy that was failing me. This realization marked the beginning of a journey to understand what I now call the effort paradox, the counterintuitive truth that indiscriminate effort often undermines the very success it's meant to create. It's a journey that transformed not just my business, but my entire approach to achievement. If you've picked up this book, chances are you're familiar with this paradox. You're ambitious, you have big goals and the drive to achieve them. But you're also pragmatic enough to suspect there must be a more intelligent approach than simply working yourself into the ground. You want significant success without the burnout, the missed family dinners, the chronic stress, and the feeling that your entire life has become a hamster wheel of endless tasks. You're right to be suspicious. The work harder mantra that dominates our culture isn't just incomplete, it's often flat out wrong. And in the pages that follow, I'm going to show you why, and more importantly, what to do instead. Before we go on, I invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter, and you can find it in the first link in the description. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. Why more effort feels like the only answer, unpacking the hustle myth. We live in the age of hustle porn. Social media feeds overflow with entrepreneurs bragging about 4 a.m. wake-ups and 100-hour work weeks. Best-selling business books glorify founders who slept under their desks while building their empires. Movies dramatize success stories where the protagonist outworks everyone else in montages set to inspirational music. The message is clear and pervasive. Exceptional achievement requires exceptional hours. Work harder than everyone else and you'll win. It's presented as a simple, direct correlation. Double your hours, double your success. This narrative is so deeply embedded in our collective psyche that questioning it feels almost heretical. Who are you to challenge Elon Musk's work ethic? If you're not willing to sacrifice everything, maybe you don't want success badly enough. But this hustle mythology relies on several cognitive distortions that warp our perception of how success actually happens. First, there's survivorship bias. We fixate on the visible winners who attribute their success to extreme work hours, while ignoring the countless others who worked just as hard but failed. For every entrepreneur who succeeded through 100-hour weeks, there are thousands who burned out, damaged their health, ruined relationships, and still didn't achieve their goals. Second, we fall prey to the post hoc fallacy, assuming that because hard work preceded success, it was the volume of work that caused it. What if these successful individuals succeeded despite their extreme hours, not because of them? What if they could have achieved the same or better results with more strategic, focused effort? Third, we overlook the role of privilege, timing, connections, and plain luck in success stories. The entrepreneur working 100-hour weeks might also have family wealth, an elite education, powerful connections, or simply been in the right place at the right time. These factors often contribute more to outcomes than raw hours worked, but they make for less compelling narratives. Beyond these cognitive biases, there's something more personal at play. Many of us have incorporated hard worker deeply into our identities. We wear busyness like a badge of honor. How are you? Crazy busy, we respond, with a mixture of complaint and pride. Being overwhelmed has become a status symbol, a signal that we're important, in demand, valuable. This identity fusion creates a dangerous trap. When your self-worth becomes tied to how hard you work, working smarter threatens your very sense of self. Finishing a project in 3 hours that should have taken 8 doesn't feel like efficiency. It feels like cheating. You find yourself thinking, if I'm not exhausted at the end of the day, did I really try hard enough? I experienced this firsthand when I first began implementing the strategies I'll share in this book. I cut my working hours by 40% while maintaining the same output. Instead of feeling triumphant, I felt guilty. I'd catch myself creating busy work just to feel like I was putting in the time. It took months to recognize and overcome this psychological attachment to effort for effort's sake. Take a moment now to examine your own relationship with effort. When was the last time you said or thought something like, I just need to push harder? If I could just find a few more hours in the day, I'm not working hard enough. Everyone else seems to be hustling more than me. These thoughts aren't random. They're symptoms of the hustle culture we've internalized. Recognizing them is the first step toward breaking free. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Effort as a finite psychological bank account, managing your mental energy. To understand why the just work harder approach fails, we need to recognize a fundamental truth about human psychology. Willpower, focus, and mental energy are finite resources. In the late 1990s, psychologist Roy Baumeister and his colleagues conducted a series of groundbreaking experiments on what they called ego depletion. In one study, participants were brought into a room filled with the aroma of freshly baked chocolate cookies. Some were allowed to eat the cookies, while others were told they could only eat radishes. Later, both groups were given unsolvable puzzles to work on. The results were striking. Those who had to resist the cookies, exercising self-control, gave up on the puzzles significantly faster than those who were allowed to indulge. The act of exerting willpower in one domain depleted their ability to persist in another. Subsequent research has found similar effects across numerous scenarios: making decisions, controlling emotions, resisting temptations, focusing attention. All these mental activities draw from the same limited pool of psychological resources. When that pool is depleted, our performance suffers. This phenomenon explains why you might make poor food choices after a day of difficult decisions at work, or why you find it harder to be patient with your family after hours of focused concentration on a project. You haven't suddenly become a different person. You've simply depleted your mental energy account. The implications for productivity and achievement are profound. Every email you force yourself to answer, every decision you make, every distraction you resist, every difficult conversation you navigate, each draws from your finite daily allowance of mental energy. Once that energy is gone, your ability to perform high-value work diminishes dramatically. High achievers are particularly vulnerable to this effect because they often take on more responsibilities, make more decisions, and attempt to control more outcomes than others. They're making larger and more frequent withdrawals from their mental energy accounts, leading to faster depletion. The warning signs of mental energy depletion are subtle but recognizable. Increased irritability or emotional reactivity, difficulty concentrating or staying on task, procrastination on complex tasks, impulsive decision-making, diminished creativity, physical fatigue despite limited physical exertion. These aren't character flaws or signs of weakness. They're your psychological system sending distress signals. Your mental energy account is overdrawn. Understanding this reality forces us to reconsider the relationship between effort and results. If mental energy is finite, then indiscriminate effort isn't just inefficient, it's actively counterproductive. Every unit of energy spent on low-value activities is unavailable for high-value work. The strategic approach, then, isn't to increase total effort, but to reallocate it, to direct your limited psychological resources toward the activities that generate disproportionate returns while minimizing energy expenditure elsewhere. This isn't about working less overall, though that may be a welcome side effect. It's about working less on things that don't matter so you can work more effectively on things that do. Reframing ambition, shifting from work hard to win smart. The traditional view of ambition equates the size of your goals with the volume of your effort. Want to double your income? Work twice as hard. Want to build a bigger business? Put in more hours. This linear thinking is not just simplistic, it's fundamentally flawed. It assumes that all effort is equally valuable and that results scale directly with time invested. Neither assumption holds up to scrutiny. Consider two entrepreneurs. Entrepreneur A works 80 hours per week, spreading herself thin across every aspect of her business. She personally handles customer service, bookkeeping, marketing, product development, and sales calls. She's constantly busy, perpetually exhausted, and her business grows at a modest 10% annually. Entrepreneur B works 40 hours per week, but is ruthlessly selective about where she focuses. She spends 80% of her time on high-leverage activities like building strategic partnerships, refining her sales process, and developing systems that scale. She delegates or eliminates everything else. Her business grows at 50% annually. Both are ambitious, both work hard, but Entrepreneur B understands something crucial that Entrepreneur A doesn't. The relationship between effort and results isn't about volume, it's about leverage. Leverage is the ability to achieve disproportionately large results from focused, well-placed effort. It's the difference between trying to move a boulder with your bare hands versus using a lever. The same force, applied more strategically, produces dramatically different outcomes. In business and life, leverage comes in many forms. Focusing on the vital few tasks that drive the majority of results, which we'll explore in Chapter 3. Building systems that generate ongoing value without ongoing effort. Developing and utilizing unique strengths rather than shoring up weaknesses. Creating assets, intellectual property, automated processes, team capabilities that appreciate over time. Making decisions that eliminate hundreds of future decisions. The leverage mindset shifts your focus from inputs, hours worked, tasks completed, to outputs, value created, results achieved. It asks not how much am I doing, but how much am I accomplishing? This shift can feel uncomfortable at first. Our educational system and early career experiences train us to equate effort with merit. We're rewarded for working hard, regardless of what that work produces. Breaking this conditioning requires conscious effort and a willingness to judge yourself by new metrics. Consider Sarah, a marketing consultant who came to me after working 70-hour weeks for years while watching her business plateau. Her calendar was packed with client calls, her to-do list overflowed with tasks, and she prided herself on her work ethic. But her income had stalled, and she was approaching burnout. When we analyzed her business, a clear pattern emerged. Of her many service offerings, one generated 3 times the profit per hour of work compared to the others. Of her many clients, 20% provided 80% of her revenue. Of her many marketing activities, just 2 consistently brought in qualified leads. Sarah made a radical decision. She would cut her service offerings by 70%, refer out clients who weren't in her ideal demographic, and eliminate all marketing activities except the 2 that worked. She would focus exclusively on the highest leverage aspects of her business. The results were transformative. Within 6 months, Sarah had reduced her working hours from 70 to 35 per week while increasing her revenue by 40%. Within a year, she had doubled her income while maintaining the reduced schedule. She wasn't working less hard, she was working more strategically. Sarah's story illustrates a crucial truth. The size of your ambition doesn't dictate the volume of your effort. It dictates the intelligence of your effort allocation. The Energy Allocation Framework, a practical model for strategic effort. Understanding the theory of strategic effort is one thing. Implementing it is another. To bridge this gap, I've developed a practical model called the Energy Allocation Framework. This systematic approach helps you direct your finite mental resources toward activities that generate the greatest returns. The framework consists of 2 key steps. Step 1. Identify your high-impact tasks versus your energy-drain tasks. Begin by creating a comprehensive inventory of all the activities that occupy your time, professional and personal. Then evaluate each activity along 2 dimensions. Impact. How much does this activity contribute to your most important goals? Does it create significant value or move you substantially closer to your objectives? Energy cost. How much mental and emotional energy does this activity require? Does it leave you depleted or energized? This evaluation creates 4 categories of tasks. High impact, low energy cost. These are your sweet spot activities, things that create substantial value without depleting you. Often these align with your natural strengths and interests. High impact, high energy cost. These activities create significant value but drain your resources. They're worth the investment, but need to be carefully managed and scheduled when your energy is highest. Low impact, low energy cost. These activities don't contribute much to your goals, but don't cost much either. They can often be batched, automated, or eliminated without much consequence. Low impact, high energy cost. These are the energy vampires, activities that drain your resources without creating proportional value. These are prime candidates for delegation, elimination, or radical redesign. This mapping exercise often reveals surprising insights. Activities you assumed were essential might show little actual impact. Tasks you've been avoiding might be more valuable than you realized. The goal isn't to judge yourself, but to see clearly where your energy is going and what it's producing. Step 2. Apply the decide, delegate, delete, defer, or do efficiently model. Once you've categorized your activities, you can make strategic decisions about how to handle each one. Decide. For high-impact activities, decide to give them your full attention and best energy. Schedule them during your peak performance hours and create conditions that allow for deep focus. Delegate. For activities that need to be done but don't require your specific expertise, find someone else to handle them. This could mean hiring help, partnering with others, or using technology to automate. Delete. For low-impact activities that don't create meaningful value, eliminate them entirely. This requires the courage to say no and the clarity to recognize what truly matters. Defer or do efficiently. For necessary but low-impact tasks that can't be delegated or deleted, defer them to specific time blocks or find ways to complete them more efficiently through batching, templates, or streamlined processes. This framework isn't a one-time exercise, but an ongoing practice. As your goals evolve and your circumstances change, so too will your allocation strategy. The key is maintaining awareness of where your energy is going and continuously redirecting it toward your highest leverage points. In Chapter 4, we'll dive deeper into specific techniques for identifying your personal 20%, the vital few activities that drive the majority of your results. And in Chapter 5, we'll explore detailed strategies for handling the remaining 80% through elimination, automation, delegation, and efficient execution. For now, begin by simply mapping your current activities. Download or create a simple energy allocation worksheet. List your major tasks and projects, then categorize them according to their impact and energy cost. This initial mapping will provide valuable insights and prepare you for the more detailed work to come. Common pitfalls on the path to smarter work and how to avoid them. The shift from indiscriminate effort to strategic effort isn't always smooth. As you begin implementing these principles, you'll likely encounter several common obstacles. Recognizing these pitfalls in advance can help you navigate around them. Pitfall number 1, the productivity guilt complex. When you first start working more strategically, you may experience a surprising emotion, guilt. After years of equating effort with virtue, doing less, even while accomplishing more, can trigger feelings of inadequacy or laziness. I experienced this acutely when I first implemented these principles. Despite maintaining my output while cutting my hours by 40%, I felt like I was cheating somehow. I'd find myself creating unnecessary work just to feel busy, or apologizing for finishing projects too quickly. This guilt stems from the deeply ingrained belief that struggle and sacrifice are prerequisites for achievement. When success comes too easily, we question whether we've earned it. The antidote to productivity guilt is redefining what counts as productive. Start measuring yourself by outcomes rather than inputs. Celebrate efficiency as a skill rather than viewing it as a shortcut. Remind yourself that strategic work isn't less virtuous, it's more intelligent. Pitfall number 2, the urgency trap. Even with the best strategic intentions, it's easy to get pulled back into reactive mode when urgency strikes. A client emergency, a team crisis, or an unexpected deadline can quickly derail your carefully planned focus on high-leverage activities. The problem isn't that emergencies happen. It's that we often fail to distinguish between true emergencies, situations with significant consequences that genuinely require immediate attention, and merely urgent matters, situations that feel pressing but could wait or be handled by someone else. To avoid the urgency trap, develop a quick triage protocol for unexpected demands. Ask yourself, what are the actual consequences if this isn't addressed immediately? Does this truly require my specific skills and attention? Is this aligned with my high-impact priorities? Who else could potentially handle this? Having this mental checklist ready allows you to make better decisions in the moment, rather than automatically shifting into reactive mode. Pitfall number 3, the perfectionism paralysis. As you become more selective about where you invest your effort, you might find yourself raising your standards for those chosen activities. This can be positive. Focusing more energy on fewer tasks should improve quality, but it can also lead to perfectionism that prevents completion. Remember that the goal of strategic effort isn't perfection, it's optimal impact. Sometimes a project at 85% quality delivered on time creates more value than a 100% perfect project that's perpetually almost ready. Develop clear criteria for what constitutes good enough for different types of work. Not everything needs to be your absolute best. Some things just need to be complete and functional. Pitfall number 4, the consistency challenge. Perhaps the most common pitfall is simply sliding back into old patterns, especially during stress or high-pressure periods. When deadlines loom or stakes are high, it's tempting to revert to the familiar do everything work longer approach. This regression is natural. Established neural pathways don't disappear overnight. The key is developing awareness of when you're slipping and having pre-planned responses ready. Create a simple script to use with yourself or an accountability partner when you notice old patterns emerging. I notice I'm trying to do everything again. What's the one most leveraged action I can take right now? Having this language ready makes it easier to catch yourself in the moment and redirect your energy more strategically. Reflection and action plan, committing to the paradox. We've covered significant ground in this chapter, exploring why the traditional work harder approach often backfires and introducing a more strategic framework for allocating your finite mental energy. The core insight, what I've called the effort paradox, is that indiscriminate effort often undermines the very success it's meant to create. Mental energy is a limited resource, and how you allocate it matters far more than how much of it you expend. This isn't about working less for the sake of leisure, though that may be a welcome side effect. It's about working less on low-value activities so you can work more effectively on high-value ones. It's about achieving more by doing less, but doing the right things. To begin putting these principles into practice, I recommend two simple but powerful exercises. Exercise 1. Write a personal effort manifesto. Based on what you've learned in this chapter, draft a brief statement of how you intend to approach effort going forward. Include 3 specific commitments you'll make to manage your energy more strategically. Your manifesto might include statements like, I commit to judging myself by outcomes, not hours worked. I will schedule my highest impact work during my peak energy hours. I will question any task that feels like busy work and eliminate it if possible. This manifesto serves as both a declaration of intent and a reference point when you find yourself slipping back into old patterns. Exercise 2. Schedule a 30-day review. Open your calendar right now and schedule a 30-minute appointment with yourself 30 days from today. Label it Effort Allocation Review. During this future session, you'll assess how well you've implemented the principles from this chapter. What's working? What's challenging? Where have you made progress, and where do you need to adjust your approach? This scheduled review creates accountability and ensures that these concepts don't simply become interesting ideas that never translate into action. The journey towards strategic effort isn't a straight line. You'll have days when you execute perfectly and days when you fall back into old patterns. The key is persistence and self-awareness, noticing when you're off track and gently redirecting yourself. Remember that working strategically is a skill, not an inherent trait. Like any skill, it improves with practice and conscious attention. Be patient with yourself as you develop this new approach to achievement. In the next chapter, we'll explore the psychological principle of least effort, why our brains are naturally wired to avoid unnecessary exertion, and how we can leverage this tendency rather than fight against it. You'll discover how to design your environment and systems to make important actions easier, reducing the willpower required to do what matters most. The path to working less and winning more begins with understanding the paradoxical nature of effort. By embracing this paradox, by recognizing that sometimes doing less is the path to achieving more, you've already taken the first and most important step. What awaits you in the chapters ahead is a comprehensive system for identifying your highest leverage activities, efficiently handling everything else, making better decisions with less mental fatigue, overcoming procrastination, designing your environment for focus, and building sustainable success habits. The ambitious but intelligently lazy person doesn't reject effort, they redirect it. They understand that strategic laziness, the deliberate conservation of energy for what truly matters, is not a vice but a virtue. It's the hidden advantage that allows them to outperform those who simply work harder. Are you ready to develop this advantage for yourself? The journey continues in Chapter 2, where we'll explore how to work with rather than against your brain's natural tendencies. Chapter 2, Least Effort. Have you ever wondered why, despite your ambition and clear goals, you sometimes find yourself scrolling through social media instead of working on that important project? Or why you'll drive an extra 10 minutes to avoid 5 minutes of traffic? Or why you might put off an important email for days, even though writing it would take just 15 minutes? There's a force at work in your mind, one that's been operating since before you were born. It's a force so fundamental to human behavior that it shapes nearly every decision you make, often without your awareness. Understanding this force won't just explain these seemingly irrational choices, it will transform how you approach work, achievement, and even personal growth. I first encountered this phenomenon years ago while observing a peculiar pattern in my own behavior. I noticed that despite being deeply committed to certain projects, I would consistently avoid specific tasks within them. These weren't necessarily the most time-consuming tasks or even the most difficult ones in an objective sense. Yet something about them triggered an almost visceral resistance. What I discovered changed everything about how I structure my work and approach my goals. It wasn't about motivation or discipline. It was about a fundamental principle hardwired into the human brain. Recognizing your inner energy miser, why easy feels good. Imagine you're walking through a forest and come to a fork in the path. One route goes straight up a steep hill. It's shorter but requires climbing. The other winds around the hill, longer in distance but relatively flat. Which do you take? If you're like most people, you'll choose the longer, flatter path. This isn't laziness. It's your brain doing exactly what it evolved to do over millions of years: conserve energy. For 99% of human existence, energy conservation wasn't just efficient, it was essential for survival. Our ancestors lived in environments where food was scarce and unpredictable. Those who expended energy unnecessarily reduced their chances of survival during lean times. Those who conserved energy when possible had an evolutionary advantage. This energy-saving imperative didn't just apply to physical exertion. Mental effort, thinking, deciding, planning, focusing also consumes significant energy. The human brain makes up only about 2% of our body weight, but consumes roughly 20% of our energy. Complex cognitive tasks increase this energy demand substantially. Over evolutionary time, our brains develop sophisticated mechanisms to minimize unnecessary mental exertion. We evolved to instinctively avoid situations requiring high cognitive load whenever possible. This wasn't a conscious strategy, but an automatic bias built into our neural architecture. This bias manifests in countless ways in modern life. When given a choice between two tasks of equal reward but different cognitive demands, we naturally gravitate toward the less demanding option. We prefer familiar routes over new ones, established routines over novel approaches, and clear instructions over open-ended problems. The challenge is that this ancient energy conservation system now operates in an environment radically different from the one in which it evolved. We no longer face the genuine scarcity that made energy conservation so crucial. Yet our brains continue to operate as if every calorie saved is a victory for survival. This mismatch creates a paradox for the ambitious person. Your goals require mental effort, sometimes substantial amounts of it. But your brain is programmed to avoid that very effort whenever possible. It's not that you lack motivation or discipline. You're simply equipped with neural hardware that's constantly looking for the path of least resistance. The modern world amplifies this tendency. We face an unprecedented abundance of low-effort, high-stimulation options competing for our attention. Social media, streaming services, mobile games, these platforms are specifically engineered to provide immediate rewards for minimal cognitive investment. They exploit our natural bias toward energy conservation, making it even harder to choose the higher effort path of meaningful work. This isn't just about digital distractions. The sheer volume of choices we face daily, from what to wear to which project to prioritize, creates decision fatigue that further taxes our mental energy. As we saw in Chapter 1, this depletion makes us even more likely to default to the path of least resistance. The first step toward working with this bias rather than against it is simply recognizing it exists. This isn't a moral failing or character flaw. It's biology. Your brain isn't trying to sabotage your ambitions. It's trying to conserve resources using heuristics that served your ancestors well, but may not align with your modern goals. Try this simple exercise. Throughout today, consciously notice 3 specific moments when you instinctively chose an easier option or avoided a mentally demanding task. What was the task? What did you choose instead? Don't judge these choices, just observe them with curiosity. You might notice yourself taking the elevator instead of stairs, checking email instead of starting that challenging report, asking someone else for information. You could find yourself sticking with a familiar approach rather than learning a new one, putting off a decision that requires weighing complex factors. These aren't signs of laziness. They're your inner energy miser at work, the part of your brain that automatically steers you toward the path of least resistance. By becoming aware of this tendency, you gain the power to decide when to follow it and when to override it. But awareness alone isn't enough. To achieve ambitious goals while honoring your brain's natural tendencies, you need a framework for determining when effort is truly worthwhile and when there might be an easier path to the same destination. Calculating the cognitive cost versus reward. Is the effort worth it? Your brain is constantly performing complex calculations beneath your conscious awareness. One of the most important is what we might call the mental return on investment (ROI) formula. Perceived reward, perceived effort, attractiveness of action. This formula explains why you might happily spend hours learning a new skill for a hobby you love, but procrastinate for days on a simple work task. It's not about the absolute amount of effort required, but the ratio of effort to reward. When the perceived reward significantly outweighs the perceived effort, action feels almost effortless. When effort seems disproportionate to reward, resistance becomes nearly insurmountable. The key insight here is that both sides of this equation are subjective. Your brain's assessment of effort isn't based on objective measures like time required, but on anticipated cognitive strain, emotional discomfort, and energy expenditure. Similarly, reward isn't just about external outcomes, but includes psychological benefits like satisfaction, identity reinforcement, and relief from pressure. This explains why 2 people can face the same task with completely different levels of resistance. A graphic designer might spend hours happily tweaking a layout while dreading a 5-minute phone call. A salesperson might eagerly make dozens of calls but avoid spending 10 minutes updating their CRM system. Understanding this calculation gives you a powerful lens for analyzing your own resistance to certain tasks. When you find yourself avoiding something important, ask: 1. Is the perceived effort unusually high? Does this task feel particularly cognitively demanding, emotionally uncomfortable, or energy draining? 2. Is the perceived reward unusually low? Does the outcome feel insignificant, uncertain, or too distant to be motivating? Once you've identified which side of the equation is creating resistance, you can strategically intervene. You can either decrease the perceived effort, increase the perceived reward, or both. But before we explore those interventions, it's important to recognize that sometimes the path of least resistance is actually the right choice. Your brain's energy conservation bias isn't always wrong. There are specific situations where investing significant mental effort is strategically justified. First, high-leverage tasks, those vital few activities that drive the majority of your results, which we'll explore in detail in Chapter 4. When the potential impact is substantial, even significant effort can yield a favorable ROI. Second, learning new skills that will save effort in the long run. The initial investment in mastering a new tool, technique, or framework may be high, but if it reduces effort across hundreds of future instances, the total ROI becomes compelling. Third, building relationships or systems that provide ongoing value. The upfront effort of establishing strong connections, creating automated processes, or developing robust frameworks can yield returns far beyond the initial investment. In these cases, overriding your brain's resistance makes strategic sense. But for many other tasks, working with your brain's bias, finding ways to reduce effort rather than forcing yourself through resistance, may be the smarter approach. Try this exercise. Choose an upcoming project or significant task. On a scale of 1 to 10, estimate both the potential reward and the perceived effort. Divide the reward score by the effort score to calculate your mental ROI. If the result is less than 1, the task currently feels like a poor investment of mental energy. Rather than simply forcing yourself to proceed, consider how you might improve the equation. Could you decrease the perceived effort by breaking the task down, creating better conditions, or leveraging tools? Could you increase the perceived reward by connecting the task to meaningful goals, adding immediate incentives, or recognizing progress? By consciously engaging with the mental ROI calculation that your brain performs automatically, you gain agency over your responses to challenging tasks. You move from being driven by unconscious biases to making strategic choices about where and how to invest your mental energy. This brings us to a powerful approach for working with, rather than against, your brain's tendency toward the path of least resistance. Bypassing effort aversion with smart design, making the right things easy. Imagine two possible worlds. In World A, your phone automatically opens to your most distracting app. Your workspace is cluttered with visual stimuli, and starting your most important project requires navigating through multiple folders and applications. In World B, your phone defaults to a productivity dashboard. Your workspace is clear except for current project materials, and your important work is preloaded and ready to resume with a single click. Same goals, same you, but which world would lead to better outcomes? The answer is obvious, yet we rarely apply this insight systematically. We try to overcome resistance through sheer willpower, rather than designing environments and systems that make important actions easier than unimportant ones. This approach, what we might call effort architecture, acknowledges your brain's bias toward the path of least resistance and strategically uses it to your advantage. Instead of fighting against the current of your natural tendencies, you redirect the flow toward your desired outcomes. One powerful technique is chunking complex tasks to reduce perceived cognitive load. Your brain assesses effort partly based on the perceived complexity of what lies ahead. A project that appears massive, ambiguous, or highly complex triggers strong resistance. By breaking large projects into smaller, clearly defined steps, you transform an intimidating mountain into a series of manageable hills. This isn't just about creating a to-do list. It's about defining each step with enough specificity that your brain can easily simulate completing it without feeling overwhelmed. For example, instead of work on quarterly report, which feels vague and potentially endless, you might define a specific step. Create outline for quarterly report with main section headings. This task has clear parameters and a definite endpoint, making it far less likely to trigger resistance. The key is focusing on just the next small step rather than the entire project. When you sit down to work, you're not facing the daunting prospect of completing a massive undertaking. You're simply taking one clearly defined action that your brain can easily process and execute. Beyond chunking, you can leverage default design principles in your own life and work. Behavioral economists have long recognized the power of defaults in shaping behavior. People tend to stick with preset options rather than actively choosing alternatives, even when switching would be relatively easy. You can harness this tendency by intentionally designing your environment so the desired behavior is the default, the path of least resistance. Some examples. Place your most important project materials front and center on your desk so they're the first thing you see. Set up your computer to automatically open the applications you need for deep work when you start your day. Prepare your workspace the night before so everything is ready for immediate action in the morning. Create templates for recurring tasks to eliminate the need to start from scratch each time. Use technology to automate routine decisions and actions through scheduled reminders, auto responses, or preset rules. Each of these interventions reduces the cognitive effort required to engage in important activities. You're not eliminating effort entirely, you're front-loading it into the design phase so that execution becomes nearly frictionless. This approach extends beyond your physical and digital environment to your routines and habits. By creating consistent sequences that trigger automatically in specific contexts, you bypass the need for active decision-making, which is often where resistance arises. Try this exercise. Design a friction-free morning routine. Identify 3 to 5 key actions you want to accomplish consistently at the start of your day. Then, systematically eliminate potential friction points by preparing your environment the night before. Lay out any materials needed, clear potential distractions, and create a clear sequence that minimizes decision points. The goal isn't to control every aspect of your behavior through environmental design. Rather, it's to recognize that willpower is a limited resource better saved for truly important decisions. By making high-value activities the path of least resistance, you align your brain's natural energy conservation bias with your conscious goals. But what about situations where you can't eliminate the effort required? In those cases, you need to focus on the other side of the mental ROI equation, the reward. Incentive engineering, increasing the reward side of the equation. Even when a task remains objectively demanding, you can significantly reduce resistance by enhancing the perceived rewards associated with it. This approach, what we might call incentive engineering, focuses on making high-effort activities more immediately rewarding. The human brain has a strong present bias. We dramatically discount future rewards compared to immediate ones. A benefit that will arrive next month or next year carries far less motivational weight than one available right now. This bias creates particular challenges for ambitious goals, which often involve short-term effort for long-term gain. Incentive engineering bridges this gap by creating immediate rewards for actions that might otherwise feel unrewarding in the moment. There are several effective approaches to this strategy. One is the strategic use of extrinsic motivation, external rewards you give yourself for completing challenging tasks. These micro-rewards serve as immediate payoffs that help offset the perceived effort cost. The key is that these rewards must be immediate, given right after completing the task. Consistent, reliably delivered each time. Proportional, scaled to the difficulty of the task. Genuinely rewarding, something you actually value. For example, you might allow yourself 15 minutes of guilt-free reading time immediately after completing an hour of focused work on a challenging project. Or you might transfer a small amount to a fun money account each time you finish a difficult task, accumulating funds for something you want but wouldn't normally justify purchasing. You can amplify the effectiveness of these rewards through gamification techniques, applying game-like elements to non-game contexts. Point systems, progress bars, achievement levels, and streaks tap into the brain's natural affinity for measurable advancement and competition, even with yourself. Apps like Habitica or Forest use these principles to make habit formation more engaging, but you can create simple systems yourself. A basic spreadsheet tracking points earned for completing difficult tasks with rewards unlocked at certain thresholds can significantly increase motivation. While extrinsic rewards can be effective, they're ultimately limited. For sustainable motivation, especially for long-term projects, you need to tap into intrinsic motivation, the inherent satisfaction derived from the activity itself or its alignment with your core values and identity. Intrinsic motivation is powerful because it transforms the fundamental nature of the effort-reward calculation. When you're intrinsically motivated, the effort itself becomes part of the reward rather than just a cost to be paid. You can cultivate intrinsic motivation by consciously connecting tasks to deeper sources of meaning. Link the task to your core values or identity. How does completing this task reflect who you are or what you believe in? Identify aspects of the task that offer autonomy, choice in how you approach it, mastery, opportunity to develop skills, or purpose, contribution to something larger than yourself. Find the inherently interesting or challenging elements within even mundane tasks. Reframe the task as an experiment or learning opportunity rather than just a chore to complete. For example, updating financial records might seem tedious in isolation, but when connected to your value of financial independence, framed as developing mastery of your financial life, and approached with curiosity about patterns in your spending and earning, the same task can become engaging rather than merely necessary. Try this exercise. Create a personal reward menu. List 5 to 10 small, enjoyable things you can grant yourself immediately after completing a task you tend to avoid due to effort. These might include a short walk outside, time for a hobby, a favorite music track, or a brief conversation with someone you enjoy. Be specific about what rewards correspond to which types of tasks. By systematically engineering both the effort and reward sides of the mental ROI equation, you can dramatically reduce resistance to important but challenging tasks. You're not fighting against your brain's natural tendencies. You're working with them, creating conditions where the path of least resistance aligns with your most important goals. But what about those situations where, despite your best efforts at design and incentive engineering, you still face significant resistance to a necessary task? How do you push through when you absolutely must? Troubleshooting high-effort resistance when you need to push through. Sometimes you'll encounter tasks that remain resistant to all your efforts to reduce friction or increase rewards. Perhaps they're inherently challenging, emotionally uncomfortable, or simply not alignable with your intrinsic motivations, yet they still need to be done. In these situations, it's important first to distinguish between different types of resistance. What feels like effort aversion might actually be something else entirely. Start by asking yourself these diagnostic questions. Am I experiencing genuine mental depletion? As we discussed in Chapter 1, willpower and focus are finite resources. If you've already expended significant mental energy, what feels like task resistance might actually be a depleted psychological battery. The solution isn't to push harder, but to rest and recharge. Am I bored rather than overwhelmed? Sometimes what feels like resistance is actually understimulation. The task isn't too difficult, it's too monotonous. In these cases, adding complexity, like challenging yourself to complete it in a creative way, can paradoxically make it easier. Do I lack clarity about what to do next? Ambiguity creates significant cognitive strain. If you're not entirely clear on what the task entails or what the next specific action should be, your brain will resist engaging with it. Taking a few minutes to define the exact next step can dissolve this type of resistance. Am I avoiding emotional discomfort associated with the task? Sometimes the effort we're avoiding isn't cognitive, but emotional. Tasks that trigger anxiety, insecurity, or other uncomfortable feelings create resistance that masquerades as effort aversion. Acknowledging the emotional component directly can reduce its power. Once you've identified the specific nature of your resistance, you can apply targeted strategies. But for many high-effort tasks, one technique stands above others in effectiveness: the very short starter timer. This approach is deceptively simple. Set a timer for just 5 minutes or even less, and commit to working on the task only for that duration. Give yourself full permission to stop when the timer ends. The power of this technique lies in overcoming the initial activation energy required to start. Beginning is often the hardest part of any challenging task. Your brain's prediction of effort is typically based on the prospect of completing the entire task, which can seem overwhelming. By committing to just a tiny segment, you bypass this resistance. What typically happens next is remarkable. Once you're engaged with the task, continuing often feels easier than stopping. This phenomenon, sometimes called task inertia, works in your favor once you've begun. The mental simulation of the effort, "this will be hard and unpleasant," usually feels worse than the actual experience of doing the work. Additionally, the time constraint creates a sense of urgency that can increase focus and reduce perfectionism. When you only have 5 minutes, you don't waste time on unnecessary refinements or distractions. The key to this technique is honoring the time limit. If you consistently extend the timer without consent, your brain will learn that the 5 minutes is a trick and resistance will increase in future attempts. But if you genuinely allow yourself to stop, you build trust with yourself that makes future starts easier. Of course, you can always choose to set another short timer if you wish to continue. Many people find that chaining together several short sessions with brief breaks in between allows them to complete challenging tasks with minimal resistance. Try this exercise. Practice the 5-minute activation habit. The next time you feel resistance to starting a necessary high-effort task, set a timer for just 5 minutes and commit to working on it only for that duration. Observe what happens when the timer ends. Do you want to continue? Has your perception of the task's difficulty changed? Make note of your experience for future reference. This technique exemplifies a core principle of working with your brain's effort conservation bias rather than against it. Instead of demanding long stretches of sustained effort, which triggers strong resistance, you're asking for just a tiny investment that feels manageable. You're acknowledging your brain's concerns about energy expenditure while gently redirecting its focus toward engagement. By combining this approach with the environmental design and incentive engineering strategies we've explored, you create a comprehensive system for managing your brain's natural tendency toward the path of least resistance. You're not eliminating this tendency, you're channeling it toward your most important goals. The law of least mental effort isn't a barrier to achievement. It's a reality to be understood and leveraged. By accepting this fundamental aspect of human psychology, you free yourself from the cycle of resistance, guilt, and forced effort that characterizes so many approaches to productivity and achievement. Instead, you create conditions where doing the right thing becomes the easy thing. You align your environment, incentives, and approach with your brain's natural tendencies rather than fighting against them. You save your limited willpower for truly important decisions rather than wasting it on unnecessary resistance. This strategic approach to effort doesn't just make achievement easier, it makes it more sustainable. By working with your psychological nature rather than against it, you reduce the risk of burnout, increase consistency, and ultimately accomplish more with less strain. In the next chapter, we'll explore another counterintuitive principle that can dramatically increase your effectiveness while decreasing your effort. You'll discover why most of what you're doing might be contributing very little to your success, and how identifying the vital few activities that truly matter can transform your results. The secret lies in a mathematical reality that governs nearly every aspect of work and life, though most people remain completely unaware of its power. Chapter 3: The 80-20 Reality. I was once hired to consult for a mid-sized marketing agency that was struggling with profitability despite growing revenue. The CEO was working 16-hour days, her team was burning out, and margins were still shrinking. When I asked to see their client list and revenue breakdown, a striking pattern emerged. Out of their 47 active clients, just 9 accounted for nearly 80% of their total revenue. Even more revealing, those 9 clients required proportionally less service time and generated fewer support tickets than the remaining 38 smaller clients. The CEO was stunned. "You're telling me that we're spending most of our energy on clients that contribute the least to our bottom line?" "Exactly," I replied. "And it's not just your company. This pattern shows up almost everywhere if you know how to look for it." What I showed her that day wasn't just an interesting observation, it was a fundamental principle that would completely transform her business. Within 6 months of restructuring their operations around this insight, her working hours dropped by 40%, team satisfaction scores increased, and most surprisingly, profits doubled. The principle at work wasn't some complex business strategy or cutting-edge management technique. It was a simple mathematical reality that has been hiding in plain sight for over a century, silently shaping outcomes in virtually every domain of human endeavor. Understanding this principle and learning to spot it in your own life and work might be the single most powerful leverage point for anyone who wants to achieve more while doing less. Demystifying power law distributions, why life isn't fair, statistically. Most of us grow up with an intuitive sense that effort and results should be proportional. Put in twice the work, get twice the reward. It's a comforting idea that suggests a fair and orderly world. But reality tells a different story. In 1896, Italian economist Vilfredo Pareto was studying wealth distribution in his country when he noticed something curious. Approximately 80% of the land was owned by just 20% of the population. This striking imbalance caught his attention, but what truly fascinated him was discovering the same pattern in other countries with entirely different economic systems and histories. Pareto had stumbled upon what we now call a power law distribution, a mathematical relationship where a small number of causes produce a large proportion of effects. This pattern, later dubbed the Pareto principle or the 80-20 rule, turns out to be one of the most pervasive yet overlooked phenomena in both natural and human systems. The exact numbers aren't always precisely 80-20, sometimes it's 70-30 or 90-10, but the fundamental imbalance is remarkably consistent across diverse domains. In business, roughly 20% of customers typically generate 80% of revenue. In software development, about 20% of the code contains 80% of the errors. In project management, 20% of the work often creates 80% of the value. In personal productivity, 20% of your activities likely produce 80% of your meaningful results. This isn't just an interesting statistical quirk. It's a fundamental reality that challenges our basic assumptions about how the world works. We intuitively expect a linear relationship between inputs and outputs, that causes and effects should be roughly proportional. But power law distributions show us that in complex systems, this linearity is the exception, not the rule. Why do these imbalances occur so consistently? Several mechanisms drive this phenomenon. One is preferential attachment, sometimes called the Matthew effect, or the rich get richer. Initial advantages, however small, tend to compound over time. The best-selling book gets more attention, leading to more sales, leading to more attention. The popular social media account gains followers faster than less popular ones. The well-connected person makes connections more easily than the less connected person. Another mechanism is the multiplier effect of skill and positioning. Small differences in ability or strategic position can lead to dramatically different outcomes. A salesperson who is 10% better at closing deals doesn't make just 10% more sales. They might make 50% or 100% more because that small edge compounds across every client interaction and referral opportunity. These mechanisms create a world where results aren't distributed evenly or normally in the bell curve sense, but follow a power law where a small number of inputs generate a disproportionate share of outputs. This reality can seem unfair, and in many ways it is, but for the ambitious but lazy person, it contains a profound opportunity. If most results come from a minority of causes, then identifying and focusing on that critical minority can yield dramatic improvements in efficiency. The 80-20 principle suggests that 80% of what you're currently doing might be generating only 20% of your results. Conversely, just 20% of your efforts might be responsible for 80% of your success. If you could identify that critical 20% and double down on it while reducing or eliminating the low-value 80%, you could potentially maintain most of your results while freeing up enormous amounts of time and energy. This isn't theoretical. The 80-20 pattern appears with remarkable consistency across domains. In sales organizations, it's common to find that 20% of salespeople generate 80% of revenue. In content creation, typically 20% of articles, videos, or posts generate 80% of engagement. In personal wardrobes, most people wear 20% of their clothes 80% of the time. In time management, 20% of meetings often produce 80% of actionable decisions. In product development, 20% of features typically get 80% of usage. The implications are profound. If you're spreading your effort evenly across all activities, clients, products, or opportunities, you're almost certainly misallocating your resources. The key to working less while winning more lies in recognizing where the true leverage points are in your specific situation. Try this exercise. Chart your potential 80-20s. Choose 3 areas of your life or work, e.g., time spent on work tasks versus results achieved, sources of personal satisfaction, sources of income. Make your best guess at the 80-20 distribution within each. Which 20% of inputs might be creating 80% of the outputs? Don't worry about precision. The goal is to start thinking in terms of disproportionate impact. This initial exploration often reveals surprising insights. You might discover that a single type of client or project generates most of your income, or that a few specific activities account for most of your professional growth, or that a small subset of your relationships provides the majority of your emotional support and satisfaction. These insights aren't just interesting, they're the foundation for a completely different approach to allocating your time, energy, and attention. An approach that recognizes and leverages the inherent imbalance between inputs and outputs to achieve dramatically better results with significantly less effort. Spotting hidden leverage points in your daily life and work. One of the most powerful aspects of the 80-20 principle is that it operates whether you're aware of it or not. The imbalance between inputs and outputs exists independently of your recognition. But becoming conscious of these patterns allows you to exploit them intentionally rather than being subject to them randomly. The challenge is that our default systems for organizing work and life often obscure these crucial imbalances. Consider the standard to-do list. It typically presents all tasks as visually equal. Each item gets 1 line, 1 checkbox. The critical client proposal that could generate 6 figures sits right alongside order more printer paper with no visual distinction of their vastly different potential impacts. This illusion of equal importance is reinforced by our natural tendency to seek completion rather than impact. There's a psychological satisfaction in checking items off a list, regardless of their actual value. This completion bias often leads us to tackle quick, easy tasks first, to get more check marks, rather than focusing on high-impact activities that might take longer or be more challenging. The result? We stay busy, sometimes extremely busy, without necessarily being effective. We confuse motion with progress, activity with achievement. Breaking free from this trap requires developing a new perceptual filter, one that constantly distinguishes between the trivial many and the vital few in every domain of your life and work. Start by challenging the assumption that all tasks, clients, projects, or activities deserve equal attention. They don't. Some have the potential to create exponential returns, while others barely move the needle despite consuming significant resources. To identify your personal leverage points, ask these revealing questions. If I could only accomplish 3 things today, this week, this month, which would create the most value? Which of my activities directly contribute to my main goals and which are peripheral or merely supportive? What would happen if I simply didn't do this task? Would anyone notice or care a week from now? Which of my activities have historically created disproportionate positive results? Where in my work or life do I see small inputs creating large outputs? These questions help cut through the noise and reveal where true leverage exists in your specific situation. The answers often surprise even the most self-aware individuals. For instance, a manager might discover that brief one-on-one conversations with key team members create more alignment and productivity than hours of formal meetings. A writer might realize that the time spent refining article titles drives more engagement than the hours spent polishing body paragraphs. An entrepreneur might find that personal outreach to a handful of ideal clients generates more business than expensive marketing campaigns targeting thousands. These insights don't emerge from abstract theorizing, but from careful observation of actual results. The 80-20 principle is empirical, not ideological. It asks not what should work in theory, but what is actually working in practice. To develop this observational skill, try this exercise. Keep a simple daily log for 2 to 3 days. Record your main activities without judgment or analysis. At the end of each day, review the log and highlight the 1 to 3 things that you feel contributed most significantly to your goals or well-being. Look for patterns across days. Are the same types of activities consistently showing up as high impact? Are there activities that consume substantial time but never make the highlight list? This simple practice begins to reveal your personal Pareto distribution, the specific 20% of your efforts that might be generating 80% of your results. It's a first step towards seeing the hidden leverage points that exist in your unique situation. But seeing these leverage points is only half the battle. Acting on them often requires overcoming powerful psychological barriers that keep us tethered to low-value activities despite their poor return on investment. Overcoming the psychological barriers to 80-20 thinking and action. Understanding the 80-20 principle intellectually is relatively easy. Implementing it consistently is surprisingly difficult. This isn't because the actions themselves are complex. They're often quite straightforward. The challenge lies in the psychological resistance we experience when trying to focus on the vital few while reducing or eliminating the trivial many. Several cognitive biases and emotional attachments create this resistance. Recognizing them is the first step toward overcoming them. Perhaps the most powerful is the sunk cost fallacy, our tendency to continue investing in something simply because we've already put resources into it, even when those resources are irrecoverable. This manifests as thoughts like, I've already spent so much time building this system relationship project, I can't abandon it now. We've always done it this way. Changing would mean admitting all that previous effort was wasted. I've invested years developing this skill. I need to keep using it, even if it's not creating much value. The sunk cost fallacy keeps us pouring time and energy into low-return activities long after we should have redirected those resources elsewhere. It transforms past investments from learning experiences into psychological anchors that prevent adaptation. Overcoming this fallacy requires a mental shift from backward-looking to forward-looking evaluation. The only relevant question is not, how much have I already invested? But starting from now, what allocation of my resources will create the most value going forward? This shift can be liberating. It allows you to evaluate options based on their future potential rather than their historical cost. It gives you permission to abandon low-return activities without guilt, regardless of how much you've already invested in them. Another significant barrier is what we might call the completionist mindset, the desire to finish what we've started, to tie up loose ends, to leave nothing undone. This mindset is reinforced throughout our educational and early professional experiences, where completing assigned tasks is the primary measure of success. But in complex professional environments with potentially infinite demands, completionism becomes not just impossible, but counterproductive. There will always be more emails to answer, more meetings to attend, more projects to undertake. Trying to do everything guarantees that you'll underinvest in the vital few activities that drive disproportionate results. The antidote to completionism is strategic incompletion, the deliberate choice to leave certain things unfinished or undone because their potential impact doesn't justify the required investment. This isn't laziness or irresponsibility, it's intelligent resource allocation. A third major barrier is the fear of missing out, FOMO, regarding the 80% of activities we might reduce or eliminate. What if something important is hiding in that supposedly low-value majority? What if a client in the bottom 80% suddenly becomes valuable? What if an opportunity we declined turns out to be significant? These fears are natural but often overblown. The 80-20 principle doesn't suggest completely ignoring the 80%. It suggests allocating resources proportionally to expected value. The vital few deserve the majority of your attention precisely because they create the majority of your results. Moreover, Focusing intensely on your highest leverage activities often creates more opportunities within that domain, more than compensating for any missed opportunities in the areas you de-emphasized. When you become exceptional at your 20%, you attract more high-value situations while becoming less dependent on low-value ones. Try this exercise. Reframe past wasted effort. Think of a project or activity where you spent significant effort for little return. Instead of viewing this as a failure or loss, reframe it as tuition paid for learning a valuable lesson about leverage. What specific insight did you gain about where your effort creates the most value? How can you apply this lesson going forward? This reframing transforms regret into wisdom. It acknowledges that discovering your personal leverage points is an empirical process that necessarily involves some trial and error. Each low-return investment provides data that helps you refine your understanding of where your specific 20% lies. By recognizing and countering these psychological barriers, you create the mental space needed to implement 80-20 thinking consistently. You free yourself to allocate resources based on actual impact rather than emotional attachment, historical investment, or fear of missing out. This psychological freedom is the foundation for a transformative approach to work and life, one that focuses relentlessly on the vital few activities that create disproportionate value while systematically reducing investment in everything else. Building a habit of regular Pareto scanning, making 80-20 automatic. The 80-20 principle isn't something you apply once and forget. It's an ongoing practice of discernment, a continuous process of identifying where disproportionate returns exist and adjusting your focus accordingly. This is necessary because leverage points aren't static. The activities that generated 80% of your results last year might not be the same ones that will drive success this year. As your skills evolve, your environment changes, and your goals shift, so too will your personal Pareto distribution. To maintain alignment between your effort and impact over time, you need a system for regularly reassessing where your leverage points lie. I call this practice Pareto scanning, the habit of systematically looking for imbalances between inputs and outputs across all domains of your life and work. The most effective approach is to institute a weekly review process with targeted questions designed to reveal these imbalances. Set aside 15 to 20 minutes at the end of each week. Friday afternoons work well for most people, to reflect on questions like, what 20% of my activities this week yielded 80% of my positive results? What 20% of my activities caused 80% of my stress or problems? Where did I spend time on the trivial many instead of the vital few? Which relationships or interactions created disproportionate value? What low-value activities consumed more time or energy than they deserved? These questions direct your attention to the patterns that might otherwise remain invisible amid the busyness of daily work. They help you continually refine your understanding of where your specific leverage points lie. Initially, your answers will be based primarily on intuition and subjective assessment. This is a good starting point, but over time, you'll want to incorporate more objective data to validate or challenge your hunches about the 20%. Simple metrics can be surprisingly revealing. Time tracking data showing where your hours actually go. Financial numbers revealing which clients, products, or services generate the most profit. Engagement metrics for content or communications. Progress measures for key projects or goals. The specific metrics will vary depending on your context, but the principle remains the same. Look for the numerical evidence of disproportionate returns. Where are you getting outsized results relative to the input? Where are you investing heavily for minimal return? This data-informed approach moves you from intuitive to evidence-based identification of leverage points. It helps you overcome the cognitive biases that might otherwise cloud your judgment about where your effort creates the most value. Try this exercise. Schedule a recurring 15-minute Friday Pareto audit in your calendar right now. Use the review questions above as a starting template adding any that are particularly relevant to your specific situation. Commit to this practice for at least 4 weeks to begin developing the habit of regular Pareto scanning. As this scanning becomes habitual, you'll develop an increasingly refined sense of where your leverage points lie. You'll begin to recognize the vital few and the trivial many almost instinctively, allowing you to make better allocation decisions in real time rather than just during formal reviews. This perceptual shift from seeing all activities as roughly equal to immediately recognizing their vastly different potential impacts is perhaps the most valuable outcome of consistent 80-20 practice. It fundamentally changes how you evaluate opportunities, make decisions, and invest your limited time and energy. But like any powerful tool, the 80-20 principle can be misapplied. Understanding the common pitfalls can help you avoid the mistakes that sometimes undermine its effectiveness. Common pitfalls in applying the 80-20 rule. While the 80-20 principle is remarkably robust and widely applicable, several common misunderstandings and implementation errors can limit its effectiveness. Being aware of these pitfalls helps you apply the principle more successfully in your specific context. The first and perhaps most common mistake is over-precision, getting too caught up in the exact percentages rather than focusing on the fundamental insight of disproportionate impact. The specific numbers, 80-20, are less important than the general pattern of imbalance between inputs and outputs. Don't waste time debating whether the true ratio in your situation is 75-25 or 85-15. The precise numbers will vary across contexts and over time. What matters is recognizing the significant imbalance and using that insight to guide your resource allocation. This over-precision often leads to analysis paralysis, spending so much time trying to identify the perfect 20% that you delay taking action. Remember that the 80-20 principle is a heuristic for better decision-making, not a demand for mathematical perfection. It's better to act on a roughly identified 20% than to endlessly analyze in search of the theoretically optimal allocation. Another common pitfall is applying the principle too narrowly or mechanically, particularly when dealing with qualitative outcomes that don't lend themselves to simple measurement. Areas like relationships, health, learning, and personal growth often involve complex, multidimensional value that can't be reduced to a single metric. In these domains, 80-20 thinking requires nuanced judgment rather than rigid calculation. You're looking for areas of disproportionate impact, but the impact might include subjective elements like meaning, satisfaction, or long-term potential, rather than just quantifiable short-term results. For instance, in relationships, the time you spend with certain people might create disproportionate emotional support or joy. In learning, certain books or courses might deliver disproportionate insight relative to their length or difficulty. These patterns are real and important, even if they can't be precisely quantified. A third pitfall is confusing the descriptive with the prescriptive, assuming that because 80% of results typically come from 20% of inputs, you should automatically eliminate the bottom 80% of activities. This rigid interpretation misses important nuances. Some activities in the 80% might be necessary foundations for the high-leverage 20% to function. Others might be developing into future leverage points if given sufficient time and attention. Still others might serve important purposes beyond immediate measurable results, such as risk management, relationship maintenance, or personal well-being. The 80-20 principle suggests allocating resources proportionally to impact, not necessarily eliminating everything with below-average return. The key is conscious choice based on clear understanding of value, not mechanical elimination based on rigid formulas. To avoid these pitfalls while still capturing the benefits of 80-20 thinking, try this exercise. Create a simple balanced scorecard for your Pareto practice. List your key life areas: work, health, relationships, personal growth, etc. During your weekly Pareto audit, briefly check whether focusing on your identified 20% in one area might be negatively impacting another critical area. This helps ensure that your pursuit of leverage in specific domains doesn't create unintended consequences in your life as a whole. This balanced approach maintains the power of 80-20 prioritization while avoiding the potential downsides of overly narrow or mechanical application. It recognizes that true effectiveness comes not just from focusing on the right things within each domain, but from maintaining appropriate balance across domains. The 80-20 principle, properly understood and applied, isn't about doing less for the sake of doing less. It's about doing more of what matters and less of what doesn't. It's about aligning your finite resources, time, energy, attention, money, with the activities that create disproportionate value according to your own definition of success. This alignment doesn't happen automatically or once and for all. It requires ongoing attention to where your leverage points lie and the courage to reallocate resources accordingly. But the rewards of this practice are profound, dramatically better results with significantly less wasted effort. In a world that often equates busyness with importance and effort with virtue, the 80-20 principle offers a more intelligent path. It suggests that strategic focus on the vital few can outperform indiscriminate effort across the many. It reveals that working less on the right things truly can help you win more. The 80-20 reality isn't just a principle to understand, it's a practice to master. By consistently identifying and focusing on your personal leverage points, you create a virtuous cycle of increasing effectiveness and decreasing wasted effort. You align your actions with impact rather than activity, value rather than volume. But knowing that leverage points exist isn't enough. You need a systematic way to identify exactly which activities constitute your vital 20%. In the next chapter, we'll explore practical methods for finding your personal leverage points, the specific tasks, projects, relationships, and opportunities that create disproportionate value in your unique situation. You'll discover that your most powerful advantage might be hiding in plain sight, waiting for you to recognize and amplify it. Chapter 4. Finding your 20%. I'm working harder than ever, but I feel like I'm getting nowhere. This was how Michael, a talented software engineer turned startup founder, began our conversation. He'd been putting in 70-hour weeks for months, juggling product development, marketing, fundraising, and customer support. Despite his relentless effort, growth had plateaued and burnout loomed on the horizon. I understand the 80-20 principle conceptually, he continued, but when everything feels important, how do I actually identify my 20%? How do I know which activities are truly moving the needle? It's a question I hear constantly from ambitious professionals across industries. They grasp the theory that a small subset of their efforts drives the majority of their results. They accept the mathematical reality that their time and energy aren't yielding proportional returns across all activities. But translating this understanding into practical action, actually identifying their specific high-leverage activities, remains elusive. This gap between conceptual understanding and practical application is where most 80-20 efforts falter. It's one thing to know that leverage points exist. It's another entirely to pinpoint exactly where they are in your unique situation. The challenge is that your 20% isn't universal. It's highly personalized, shaped by your specific goals, strengths, circumstances, and opportunities. There's no generic list of high-leverage activities that applies to everyone. Finding your particular leverage points requires a systematic approach to self-analysis, one that moves beyond intuition to evidence-based identification. In this chapter, I'll share the process I walked Michael through, the same methodology that has helped hundreds of professionals across industries identify their unique high-impact activities. It's a process that combines rigorous data collection with intuitive pattern recognition, allowing you to discover exactly where your effort creates disproportionate value. The insights you'll gain won't just help you work more efficiently, they'll fundamentally transform your relationship with effort and achievement. When you know precisely which activities constitute your vital 20%, work becomes less about exhausting yourself across countless tasks and more about strategic focus on what truly matters. Let's begin with the foundation of all accurate self-analysis, seeing reality as it actually is, not as you assume it to be. The time value inventory, seeing where your effort truly goes. One of the most startling discoveries people make when they begin searching for their 20% is how inaccurate their perceptions of time allocation typically are. We all carry mental models of how we spend our time, models that often bear little resemblance to reality. Research consistently shows that professionals misestimate where their time goes by significant margins. In one study, managers who estimated spending about 70% of their time in meetings were shocked to discover the actual figure exceeded 85%. Knowledge workers who believed they spent about 2 hours daily on email found they were actually spending closer to 4. These perception gaps aren't just minor miscalculations. They're fundamental misunderstandings of how we allocate our most precious resource. And they create a critical obstacle to identifying our high-leverage activities. If we don't know where our time actually goes, how can we possibly evaluate which investments yield the greatest returns? The solution is to temporarily suspend assumptions and collect objective data through a time value inventory, a structured process for tracking not just where your time goes, but what value that time creates. This inventory has 2 essential components: accurate time tracking and value assessment. Let's explore each. The time tracking component requires documenting your activities with sufficient detail to reveal patterns, but not so much granularity that the process becomes unsustainable. For most people, tracking in 30-minute blocks strikes the right balance between accuracy and practicality. Several approaches work well for this tracking. Digital time tracking apps like Toggle, Rescue Time, or Harvest can automatically record time spent on different applications and websites, providing detailed breakdowns with minimal manual input. Simple spreadsheets work effectively for many people. Create columns for the time block, the activity description, and later, your value assessment. Paper logs can work well for those who prefer analog methods. A small notebook with time blocks pre-marked can make recording activities throughout the day relatively frictionless. The specific method matters less than consistency. Choose an approach that you'll actually maintain for at least 3 consecutive days, ideally including both weekdays and weekend days if your work spans both. As you track, aim for descriptive specificity rather than broad categories. Instead of simply logging email for a 30-minute block, note responding to client questions about project timeline or clearing out low-priority notifications. This specificity will prove invaluable during the value assessment phase. Speaking of value assessment, this is where the time value inventory transcends simple time tracking to become a powerful tool for identifying leverage points. After logging your activities, you'll evaluate each time block based on its contribution to your most important goals or desired outcomes. Create a simple categorization system like high impact, activities that directly advance your primary goals or create significant value. These are potential 20% activities. Medium impact, supporting tasks that enable high-impact work or maintain necessary systems. These might be important, but aren't typically where your greatest leverage lies. Low impact, administrative, maintenance, or routine tasks that contribute minimally to key outcomes. These are likely part of the 80% that generates only 20% of your results. No impact, activities that don't meaningfully contribute to any important goal or create any significant value. These are prime candidates for elimination. As you categorize each time block, link it explicitly to the goals you identified through your Pareto scanning in Chapter 3. Ask yourself, how directly does this activity contribute to my most important outcomes? Is the contribution proportional to the time invested? This evaluation often reveals surprising patterns. Activities you assumed were essential might show little connection to your primary goals. Tasks you've been avoiding might actually represent significant leverage points. Time sinks you weren't fully conscious of might become glaringly obvious. Try this exercise. Conduct a 3-day time value inventory. Log your main activities in 30-minute blocks using whatever tracking method feels most sustainable. At the end of each day, categorize each block based on its perceived value and impact. After 3 days, analyze the data for patterns. What percentage of your time is spent on high-impact activities versus low-impact ones? Which specific activities appear most frequently in your high-impact category? This initial inventory provides a baseline understanding of your current time allocation and value creation. It shows you where your effort is actually going, not where you think or wish it was going. This reality check is often humbling, but always illuminating, the essential first step toward identifying your true leverage points. But while the time value inventory offers valuable insights, it still relies partly on subjective assessment of impact. To refine your understanding of your 20%, you need to incorporate more objective measures of what's actually working. Data-driven high-impact detection, moving beyond hunches. Intuition about which activities create the most value is a starting point, but it's frequently misleading. Our subjective impressions are colored by recency bias, overvaluing recent events, effort justification, assuming activities that require more effort must be more valuable, and various other cognitive distortions. To move beyond these limitations, you need to supplement intuition with objective data, concrete evidence of which activities consistently produce your most important outcomes. The first step is identifying simple, relevant metrics that reflect success in your key areas. These metrics will vary widely depending on your specific goals and context, but they should share 3 characteristics. They should be directly relevant to outcomes you genuinely care about. They should be relatively easy to track consistently. They should be sensitive enough to show variation based on your activities. For professionals in different roles, these metrics might include: for salespeople, revenue generated, leads acquired, conversion rates, deal size, sales cycle length. For marketers, website traffic, qualified leads, engagement rates, conversion metrics, campaign ROI. For managers, team productivity measures, project completion rates, employee satisfaction scores. For creative professionals, work output, client acquisition, portfolio development, audience growth. For entrepreneurs, revenue growth, customer acquisition cost, retention rates, profit margins. Even for personal goals, objective metrics can be identified. For fitness, workout consistency, performance measures, recovery indicators. For learning, skills acquired, books read, courses completed, application opportunities. For relationships, quality time invested, meaningful conversations, support provided. The specific metrics matter less than their ability to accurately reflect progress toward your true priorities. Choose 3 to 5 key indicators that collectively provide a reasonably comprehensive picture of success in your most important domains. Once you've identified these metrics, you need to understand the crucial distinction between lag indicators and lead indicators. Lag indicators measure outcomes, the results you ultimately want to achieve. Revenue, weight loss, project completion, and customer satisfaction are all lag indicators. They tell you whether you've succeeded, but often only after the fact. Lead indicators measure activities or intermediate outcomes that predict future results. Sales calls made, workout sessions completed, pages written, and customer response time are lead indicators. They focus on the inputs that drive the outputs you care about. For identifying your 20%, you need to track both types of indicators, but focus your analysis on the relationship between them. You're looking for the specific activities, lead indicators, that consistently produce your desired results, lag indicators. This analysis often reveals counterintuitive insights. You might discover that certain types of client meetings correlate strongly with eventual sales, while others show no relationship despite feeling productive. Or that specific approaches to creative work yield significantly more output than others, despite requiring similar time investments. Try this exercise. Build a simple personal key performance indicator, KPI dashboard. Identify 3 to 5 key metrics that reflect success in your most important goal areas. Include both lead indicators, activities, and lag indicators, results. Track these metrics weekly or monthly alongside your time tracking data. Look for correlations between specific activities and positive outcomes. This data-driven approach helps you move beyond subjective impressions to evidence-based identification of your high-leverage activities. It reveals which specific inputs consistently produce your most valued outputs, the essence of finding your 20%. But metrics alone don't tell the complete story. To fully identify your leverage points, you need to incorporate another crucial dimension, your unique strengths and talents. Strengths alignment, finding your zone of high-leverage genius. One of the most reliable indicators of a potential 20% activity is the intersection of high impact and natural strength. When you apply your distinctive talents to tasks that directly advance your key goals, you often create disproportionate value with relatively less effort, the very definition of leverage. This zone of genius represents your personal sweet spot, where what you're exceptionally good at aligns with what creates exceptional results. Activities in this zone not only yield outsized returns, but typically feel more energizing than depleting, creating a sustainable path to high achievement. The first step in finding this zone is gaining clarity about your specific strengths. Several approaches can help with this self-assessment. Formal strengths assessments like Gallup's Clifton Strengths, formerly StrengthsFinder, the VIA Character Strength Survey, or DISC profiles can provide structured insights into your natural talents and tendencies. Reflection on past successes can reveal patterns of strength. Consider times when you've performed exceptionally well or received particularly positive feedback. What specific capabilities were you employing? What aspects of the work seemed to come naturally to you? Feedback from others often highlights strengths you take for granted. Ask trusted colleagues, friends, or mentors what they see as your distinctive talents or abilities. Their external perspective can illuminate capabilities you might undervalue because they come easily to you. Energy mapping can identify strengths by tracking which activities energize rather than deplete you. Tasks that leave you feeling more vital and engaged after completion often align with natural strengths, even if they require significant effort. Through these approaches, aim to identify 3 to 5 core strengths that represent your most distinctive capabilities. These might include analytical thinking, creative problem-solving, relationship building, strategic planning, detail orientation, verbal communication, written expression, visual thinking, empathetic understanding, or countless other possibilities. The key is specificity, moving beyond generic self-descriptions to precise articulations of your particular talents. Good with people is too vague to be actionable. Able to quickly build trust with skeptical stakeholders provides a clearer direction for leveraging a specific strength. Once you've identified these core strengths, the next step is mapping them against your key responsibilities and activities. This mapping reveals potential high-leverage opportunities where your distinctive capabilities can create maximum impact. Try this exercise. Create a strengths task matrix. List your top 3 to 5 strengths down one side of a page or spreadsheet. Across the top, list your main recurring tasks or responsibilities. At each intersection, mark whether the task strongly, moderately, or minimally engages that particular strength. The tasks with multiple strong alignments represent potential 20% candidates where your natural talents can create disproportionate value. This matrix often reveals surprising insights. Tasks you've been avoiding might actually align well with your strengths, but have been framed or structured in ways that obscure this alignment. Responsibilities you've accepted out of obligation might show minimal engagement with your core talents, explaining their disproportionate difficulty and limited results. The most valuable outcome of this mapping is identifying strength-goal alignment opportunities, activities that both leverage your distinctive capabilities and directly advance your most important objectives. These intersections frequently represent your highest potential leverage points. But even with time tracking, metrics analysis, and strengths mapping, Your identification of potential 20% activities remains hypothetical until tested in reality. To move from theory to confirmation, you need a systematic approach to validation. Rapid validation experiments, testing your 20% hypotheses. At this point in the process, you've developed informed hypotheses about which activities might constitute your vital 20%. You have time allocation data, performance metrics, and strengths alignment insights, all pointing toward potential high-leverage opportunities. But hypotheses, no matter how well-founded, require validation through real-world testing. This is where rapid validation experiments come in. Structured tests designed to confirm whether suspected high-impact activities actually produce disproportionate results when given focused attention. The basic framework for these experiments is straightforward. Select a single activity you suspect might be part of your vital 20% based on your previous analysis. Design a 1-week sprint during which you'll deliberately increase your focus on this activity. This might mean dedicating more time to it, improving your approach to it, or removing obstacles that have prevented you from fully engaging with it. Define clear, measurable indicators that would confirm the activity's high-leverage status. What specific outcomes would you expect to see if this truly is a 20% activity? Execute the sprint while tracking both your inputs, time, energy, approach, and the resulting outputs, results, progress, impact. Evaluate the results against your expectations. Did the focused effort yield disproportionate returns? Was the impact significantly greater than the additional investment would predict? This experimental approach transforms abstract analysis into concrete evidence. It moves you from, I think this might be high leverage, to, I've confirmed this creates outsized returns. For example, if your analysis suggests that proactive outreach to existing clients might be a high leverage activity, your experiment might involve dedicating the first hour of each day for 1 week to personalized check-ins with key clients. You'd track metrics like additional project requests, expanded scope discussions, or referrals generated, comparing these outcomes to your typical results from equivalent time investments. The key to effective validation experiments is isolating variables as much as possible. Focus on testing one potential high-leverage activity at a time, keeping other factors relatively constant. This isolation helps clarify whether the specific activity, rather than random variation or other factors, is truly driving any observed improvements. It's also important to design experiments with appropriate timeframes. Some activities produce immediate results, while others may require longer periods to show their impact. Match your experiment duration and measurement schedule to the natural cycle of the activity you're testing. Try this exercise. Design your first leverage experiment. Identify one task you suspect is part of your 20% based on your previous analysis. Plan how you will dedicate focused effort to it for 1 week and how you will measure the impact. Be specific about when you'll perform the activity, what exactly you'll do, and what metrics you'll track to evaluate results. After completing your first experiment, analyze the results objectively. Did the focused attention on your suspected high-leverage activity produce the disproportionate returns you expected? If yes, you've likely confirmed one component of your vital 20%. If not, consider whether the experiment design, execution, or measurement might need refinement before concluding the activity isn't high leverage. This experimental approach isn't a one-time process, but an ongoing cycle of hypothesis, test, and refinement. As you validate some activities and rule out others, your understanding of your personal leverage points becomes increasingly precise. You move from educated guesses to evidence-based certainty about where your effort creates maximum value. Once you've identified and validated your high-leverage activities, the final step is ensuring they receive the priority they deserve in your daily work and life. Locking in your 20%, making high-impact work non-negotiable. Knowing your high-leverage activities is necessary but not sufficient. To translate this knowledge into transformed results, you need systems that ensure these vital few activities consistently receive your best time, energy, and focus. Without such systems, the urgent easily overwhelms the important. Low-value tasks with immediate deadlines crowd out high-value work with longer-term payoffs. Reactive demands from others displace proactive investments in your highest leverage activities. The solution is making your 20% non-negotiable through deliberate scheduling, environmental design, and habit formation. Let's explore each of these approaches. The foundation of protecting your high-leverage work is deliberate scheduling through calendar blocking. This technique involves dedicating specific, protected time slots for your vital few activities, treating them as immovable appointments rather than flexible intentions. The key elements of effective calendar blocking include scheduling your 20% activities first before other commitments can claim your time. This big rocks first approach ensures your most important work doesn't get squeezed into whatever time remains after less important tasks. Creating realistic blocks that account for your actual capacity and energy fluctuations. Overly ambitious scheduling sets you up for failure and discouragement. Protecting these blocks with the same commitment you'd give to important external meetings. This might mean setting status to busy in communication tools, turning off notifications, or working in a different location to minimize interruptions. Aligning these blocks with your peak energy periods, which we'll explore further in Chapter 8. Your high-leverage work deserves your best mental and physical energy, not just your available time. Beyond scheduling, environmental design plays a crucial role in protecting your 20% work. Your physical and digital environments powerfully influence your behavior, often below the level of conscious awareness. By intentionally designing these environments to support your high-leverage activities, you reduce friction and resistance. This might involve creating a dedicated physical space for your 20% work, free from distractions and equipped with everything you need. Setting up digital environments that minimize interruptions during high-leverage work sessions. This could include website blockers, notification pauses, or separate user accounts for different types of work. Preparing all necessary materials and resources in advance, eliminating potential excuses or delays when it's time to engage in your vital few activities. The third key system for locking in your 20% is habit stacking, linking new high-leverage habits to existing, well-established routines. This technique leverages the power of existing neural pathways to install new behaviors with minimal friction. The formula is simple. After current habit, I will new 20% activity. For example, after I sit down at my desk each morning, I will spend 45 minutes on client outreach. After I return from lunch, I will dedicate 30 minutes to strategic planning. After I close my email, I will work for 60 minutes on product development. This approach reduces the decision fatigue and willpower requirements that often derail good intentions. By anchoring your high-leverage activities to existing habits, you make them more likely to occur consistently despite varying motivation levels. Try this exercise. Schedule a monthly 20% recalibration session. Set aside 30 to 60 minutes on the same day each month to review your metrics, experiment results, and time logs. Use this data to refine your understanding of your vital few tasks and adjust your focus accordingly. This regular review ensures your 20% identification remains current as your goals, circumstances, and opportunities evolve. This systematic approach to protecting your high-leverage activities transforms theoretical knowledge into practical results. It ensures that your vital 20% consistently receives the attention it deserves, rather than being perpetually displaced by less important but more urgent demands. The cumulative effect of this protection is profound. When your highest leverage activities receive consistent, focused attention, their disproportionate impact compounds over time. Results that seemed distant or difficult become increasingly attainable. Achievement that once required exhausting effort starts to feel more natural and sustainable. This is the true promise of finding your 20%. Not just greater efficiency, but a fundamental transformation in your relationship with effort and achievement. When you consistently focus on the vital few activities where your specific talents create maximum value, work becomes less about grinding through endless tasks and more about strategic application of your unique capabilities. The process we've explored in this chapter, from time value inventory through data analysis, strengths alignment, experimental validation, and systematic protection, provides a comprehensive framework for identifying and leveraging your personal 20%. It's a process that requires initial investment but yields continuing returns as your focus increasingly aligns with your highest points of leverage. But what about the remaining 80% of activities that still demand attention despite their lower leverage? How do you handle these necessary but less impactful tasks without letting them consume disproportionate time and energy? That's the challenge we'll address in the next chapter, where you'll discover systematic approaches to minimizing the effort required for your 80% while maximizing the impact of your vital 20%. The solution involves 4 powerful strategies that can transform how you handle everything from administrative tasks to ongoing maintenance work, creating space for what truly matters without letting important details fall through the cracks. Chapter 5, Handling the 80%. The email notification appeared at the worst possible moment. I was finally making progress on a complex project proposal, the kind of high-leverage work we identified in the previous chapter as potentially part of my vital 20%. My focus was deep, ideas were flowing, and the quality of my thinking felt exceptional. Then the ping. A client needed a minor update to a spreadsheet. It wasn't urgent. It wasn't particularly important. But it was the kind of small request that's easy to handle immediately, a quick 5-minute task that would let me feel productive and responsive. I felt the familiar pull to switch tasks, to handle this small item and get the immediate satisfaction of completion. It would only take a few minutes, right? But I had learned the hard way about these seemingly innocent interruptions. That quick 5 minutes would cost far more than 5 minutes of progress. It would break my focus, reset my mental context, and require additional time to get back into the flow of my important work. What's more, handling it immediately would train my client to expect instant responses, creating a pattern that would generate even more interruptions in the future. This moment, the decision point between continuing high-leverage work or switching to a low-value task, represents the fundamental challenge of this chapter. We've identified our vital 20%. We've committed to giving these high-impact activities the time and attention they deserve. But what about everything else? What about the remaining 80% of tasks that still seem necessary but don't create proportional value? This is where many productivity systems fall short. They help you identify what's most important, but offer little guidance on handling all the other stuff that still needs to get done. The result? People focus intensely on their 20% for a while, but gradually get pulled back into the weeds of low-value work as the 80% accumulates and creates pressure. The truth is that successfully focusing on your 20% requires a systematic approach to the 80%. You need strategies not just for prioritizing high-leverage work, but for efficiently processing everything else. Without this system, your commitment to your vital few activities will eventually collapse under the weight of accumulated low-value tasks. In this chapter, I'll share the framework I've developed through years of working with ambitious professionals across industries, a comprehensive approach to handling the 80% in ways that minimize the time, energy, and attention they consume. This isn't about ignoring necessary work. It's about processing it strategically so it doesn't undermine your focus on what truly matters. Let's begin with a powerful framework for making initial decisions about any task that isn't part of your vital 20%. The 4D framework, systematically processing low-impact tasks. When faced with any task that isn't part of your high-leverage 20%, you have 4 potential responses. I call these the 4Ds: delete, delegate, defer, or do efficiently. Each represents a distinct strategy for handling low-value work, and knowing when to apply each is crucial for maintaining focus on what truly matters. Let's explore each of these options, starting with the most decisive. The first D, delete, is the most powerful, but often the most psychologically difficult option. It involves critically examining tasks and eliminating those that don't create sufficient value to justify any investment of time or energy. The key question for the delete decision is brutally simple. What really happens if I just don't do this? Not what might theoretically happen in some edge case scenario, but what would actually, realistically occur if this task simply vanished from your list. Often the honest answer is nothing significant. Many tasks exist due to habit, outdated expectations, imagined obligations, or simple inertia rather than genuine necessity. Reports that no one meaningfully acts upon. Meetings that exist because they've always existed. Processes that were created for circumstances that no longer apply. Deleting doesn't always mean completely abandoning a task. Sometimes it means drastically reducing its scope or frequency. Perhaps that weekly status report could become monthly. Maybe that hour-long meeting could be handled in a 15-minute stand-up. The detailed tracking spreadsheet might be simplified to capture only the truly essential data points. The psychological barrier to deletion is often the vague fear that something bad might happen if we stop doing something we've always done. Overcoming this fear requires honest assessment rather than catastrophic imagination. Most deleted tasks create far less fallout than we fear, and any minor issues that do arise can typically be addressed as they occur. The second delegate involves transferring tasks to others who can handle them adequately, even if not exactly as you would. This option recognizes that many activities in your 80% might still be necessary but don't require your specific skills or attention. Effective delegation isn't about dumping unwanted work on others. It's about thoughtfully matching tasks to appropriate resources, whether those are team members, contractors, service providers, or even technology solutions, which we'll explore more in the next section. The key to successful delegation is focusing on outcomes rather than processes. Clearly define what success looks like for the delegated task, provide necessary context and resources, grant appropriate authority to make decisions, and establish reasonable checkpoints for review. Then step back and allow the person to approach the task in their own way, even if it differs from how you would have done it. This outcomes-focused approach avoids the micromanagement trap that undermines the time-saving benefits of delegation. If you're specifying every detail of how a task should be done and checking every step of the process, you're not really saving much time or mental energy. True delegation requires letting go of control over the process while maintaining clarity about the desired result. The third D, defer, involves strategically postponing tasks that can't be deleted or delegated but don't require immediate attention. This option recognizes that timing can significantly impact the efficiency with which you handle low-value work. Deferral takes two main forms: scheduled deferral and indefinite deferral. Scheduled deferral means assigning a specific future time for handling the task. This might involve creating dedicated time blocks for processing certain categories of low-value work, like a weekly admin hour or daily email processing sessions. By batching similar tasks together, you minimize the context-switching costs that make these activities even more time-consuming when handled randomly throughout your day. Indefinite deferral means placing tasks in a holding pattern without a specific deadline. This approach works well for items that might resolve themselves, become irrelevant, or clarify in importance with the passage of time. Many deferred tasks eventually reveal themselves as unnecessary, saving you from investing effort in work that ultimately wouldn't have mattered. The key to effective deferral is having a reliable system for capturing and reviewing postponed tasks so they don't create anxiety through fear of forgetting. This might be a dedicated section of your task management system, a specific project folder, or a regular review process that ensures deferred items don't slip through the cracks if they do become important. The fourth do, efficiently, applies to tasks that can't be deleted, delegated, or deferred but still aren't part of your high-leverage 20%. These are the necessary but low-return activities that you must handle personally and in a relatively timely manner. The focus here is on maximizing efficiency to minimize the time and energy these tasks consume. Several strategies can help. Batching involves grouping similar tasks together and handling them in dedicated blocks rather than one by one as they arise. This reduces the setup and context switching costs associated with frequently shifting between different types of work. Time capping means setting strict limits on how long you'll spend on certain activities. For example, you might decide that email gets exactly 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the afternoon, regardless of whether you reach inbox 0. This prevents low-value tasks from expanding to fill whatever time you allow them. Standardization involves creating templates, checklists, or standard operating procedures for recurring tasks. This reduces the decision fatigue and cognitive load associated with reinventing your approach each time you perform a routine activity. The 4D framework provides a systematic approach to initial triage of any task that isn't part of your vital 20%. By running each item through this decision tree, you ensure that low-value work consumes only the minimum necessary resources while preserving your capacity for high-leverage activities. Try this exercise. Take your current to-do list and run each item that isn't part of your vital 20% through the 4D framework. For each task, decide whether you'll delete it, delegate it, defer it, or do it efficiently. Note how many items fall into each category and reflect on whether you've been overusing any particular option, especially do, while underutilizing others, especially delete. This initial triage creates a foundation for more strategic handling of your 80%. But for many routine, repetitive tasks that can't be eliminated entirely, there's another powerful option: automation. The automation playbook, letting technology handle the repetitive 80%. We live in an unprecedented era of accessible automation. Tools that once required specialized technical knowledge are now available to anyone with basic digital literacy. This democratization of automation creates extraordinary opportunities for offloading repetitive tasks to technology, freeing your time and mental energy for higher value work. The first step in leveraging automation is identifying which tasks are suitable candidates. The best opportunities typically share several characteristics. Repetitive, tasks you perform frequently in a similar way each time. Rule-based, activities with clear if-this then that decision logic. Predictable, processes with relatively standard inputs and outputs. Digital, tasks that already occur within digital environments. Low judgment, activities that don't require significant subjective assessment or creativity. Common examples include sorting and filtering emails based on sender or content, generating routine reports from standardized data, scheduling social media posts or other content, creating and sending standard responses to common requests, transferring information between different systems or platforms, setting up calendar appointments from email requests, sending reminders or follow-ups based on specific triggers. Once you've identified potential automation candidates, the next step is selecting appropriate tools. The good news is that you don't need to be a programmer to automate many routine tasks. A growing ecosystem of no-code and low-code platforms makes automation accessible to non-technical users. Some particularly useful options include Zapier and EMF, if this then that. These platforms connect different applications and services, allowing you to create automated workflows without coding. For example, you might set up a Zap that automatically saves email attachments to your cloud storage or creates task items from starred emails. Email rules and filters. Most email platforms include powerful automation capabilities. You can automatically categorize incoming messages, forward specific types of emails, send template responses, or even delete certain messages without review. Text expanders. Tools like Text Expander or the built-in text replacement features in modern operating systems let you create shortcuts for frequently used text. Type a few characters, and the system automatically expands them into complete sentences, paragraphs, or even formatted content with placeholders. Spreadsheet automation. Programs like Excel and Google Sheets include powerful automation features through formulas, conditional formatting, and macros. You can create spreadsheets that automatically calculate results, highlight important data, or generate visualizations with minimal manual input. Dedicated task automation tools. Applications like Automate.io, Microsoft Power Automate, or Apple Shortcuts allow you to create custom automation sequences for specific workflows in your digital life. The key is starting small and building your automation skills incrementally. Begin with a single, simple task that causes regular friction in your workflow. Create a basic automation to handle it, test the results, and refine as needed. As you gain confidence, you can tackle more complex processes and build interconnected automation systems. Try this exercise. Build your first simple automation this week. Identify one repetitive digital task you perform regularly. Use a tool like Zapier, IFTTT, or even just an email rule to automate one step of this process. Document the time it takes to set up the automation and estimate how much time it will save you over the next month. This incremental approach prevents the common pitfall of automation overwhelm, trying to automate everything at once and getting lost in complexity. By focusing on one friction point at a time, you create a sustainable path to progressively offloading more of your 80% to technology. But automation has limitations. Many tasks require human judgment, interpersonal skills, or contextual understanding that technology can't yet provide. For these activities, another strategy becomes essential: delegation to other people. Smart outsourcing and delegation, leveraging others' time and skills. One of the most powerful leverage points for ambitious professionals is the strategic use of other people's time and skills. This isn't about exploitation or hierarchy. It's about creating mutually beneficial arrangements where tasks are handled by those best positioned to perform them efficiently and effectively. The first step in smart delegation is overcoming the psychological barriers that keep many high achievers trapped in DIY mode. These typically include the perfectionism trap. No one will do it exactly the way I would. The speed illusion. It's faster to just do it myself than explain it to someone else. The control anxiety. If I'm not handling it personally, something might go wrong. The identity attachment. These tasks are part of my role, who I am. Recognizing these barriers is crucial because they often operate below the level of conscious awareness, creating reflexive resistance to delegation, even when it makes logical sense. The antidote is a clear-eyed cost-benefit analysis that considers not just the direct financial cost of delegation, but the opportunity cost of handling low-value tasks yourself. This analysis has two essential components. First, calculate the true cost of doing it yourself. This isn't just your hourly rate multiplied by the time the task takes. It's also the opportunity cost of what you could be doing instead with that time, particularly if you could be engaged in your high-leverage 20% activities. If an hour spent on administrative tasks prevents an hour of client development that would generate 10 times the value, the real cost is enormous. Second, consider the comparative advantage principle from economics. Even if you can perform a task more efficiently than someone else in absolute terms, it might still make sense to delegate it if your time is more valuably applied elsewhere. A lawyer who types faster than their assistant should still delegate typing because their time is better spent on legal work, even if the assistant is slower at typing. Once you've overcome the psychological barriers and established the economic case for delegation, the next challenge is implementation, finding the right people and creating effective delegation systems. The options for delegation have expanded dramatically in recent years. Beyond traditional employees and contractors, you might consider virtual assistants who can handle administrative tasks remotely, often at very reasonable rates. Specialized freelancers for specific functions like design, writing, research, or technical work. Service businesses that focus exclusively on particular processes like bookkeeping, scheduling, or customer support. Collaborative arrangements with peers or partners where you exchange different types of tasks based on respective strengths. Finding the right people is just the beginning. Effective delegation requires thoughtful onboarding and management. The key elements include clear outcome definition. Precisely what result are you looking for? What does success look like for this task or project? Contextual understanding. Why is this task important? How does it fit into the bigger picture? What background information is necessary? Appropriate authority. What decisions can they make independently? When do they need to consult you? What resources can they access? Communication protocols. How and when will you check in? What format should updates take? How should questions be handled? Feedback mechanisms. How will you evaluate the work? How will you share constructive feedback for improvement? Try this exercise. Draft a delegation success packet for one task you currently handle that could potentially be outsourced or delegated. Include the desired outcome, key steps or guidelines, necessary resources or access, deadline, and how success will be measured. Creating this document helps clarify your expectations and provides a ready resource when you do identify someone to take on the task. Effective delegation creates a virtuous cycle. As you offload more of your 80% tasks, you free up time and mental energy for your high-leverage activities. This increased focus on your 20% typically generates better results and often additional resources, which can then be invested in further delegation, creating even more space for high-value work. But delegation and automation aren't without risks. To maintain quality and prevent unintended consequences, you need safeguards against common pitfalls. Guarding against over-automation and poor delegation. While automation and delegation offer powerful ways to handle your 80%, they can create problems if implemented without appropriate boundaries and oversight. The goal isn't to eliminate all personal involvement in lower-value tasks, but to reduce it to the minimum necessary level while maintaining quality and alignment with your objectives. One of the most important safeguards is what I call the human touch filter, a deliberate assessment of which tasks require personal connection, nuanced judgment, or contextual understanding that can't be adequately automated or delegated. Certain activities should generally remain in your personal domain, even if they're not part of your highest leverage 20%. These typically include relationship-critical communications, where the human connection itself creates value. Think of sensitive client conversations, meaningful team feedback, or important relationship maintenance. Judgment-intensive decisions, where subtle factors, contextual understanding, or intuition play important roles. These situations often involve complex trade-offs, incomplete information, or significant consequences. Learning essential experiences that develop your knowledge or skills in areas relevant to your core work. Sometimes handling certain aspects of the 80% provides insights that inform your high-leverage activities. Identity-aligned actions that connect deeply with your values or sense of self. Even if these aren't objectively your highest leverage tasks, they may provide meaning and satisfaction that energizes your overall work. Applying this human touch filter helps prevent the common mistake of over-automation or over-delegation, where efficiency gains are offset by losses in relationship quality, decision nuance, or personal development. Beyond this initial filtering, you also need monitoring systems to ensure that automated and delegated tasks maintain appropriate quality over time. Without such oversight, small issues can gradually compound into significant problems before becoming obvious. For automated systems, this means periodic reviews of outputs to ensure they continue to meet your standards. Scheduled reassessments of the automation rules to confirm they still align with current needs. Occasional manual handling of automated tasks to maintain familiarity with the process. Clear documentation of how the automation works so it can be adjusted or troubleshooted when necessary. For delegated tasks, effective monitoring includes regular check-ins that balance oversight with autonomy, soliciting feedback from those affected by the delegated work, spot-checking outputs to ensure quality remains consistent, maintaining open communication channels for questions or concerns, Try this exercise. Create a simple quarterly automation/delegation audit checklist. Include questions like, is this automation still saving time? Is the quality of delegated work meeting standards? Has the need for this task changed? Are there any unintended consequences emerging? Schedule time every 3 months to run through this checklist for your major automated systems and delegated responsibilities. This systematic monitoring prevents the set-it-and-forget-it mentality that often undermines the long-term benefits of automation and delegation. It allows you to catch and address small issues before they become significant problems, ensuring that your systems for handling the 80% remain effective over time. But even with appropriate monitoring, the landscape of what constitutes your 80% versus your 20% isn't static. As your goals, circumstances, and opportunities evolve, so too should your approach to task categorization and handling. Maintaining optionality and adaptability within the 80%. One of the most common mistakes in applying the 80-20 principle is treating the categorization of tasks as fixed and permanent. In reality, what constitutes your vital 20% versus your less impactful 80% will shift over time as your goals evolve, your environment changes, and new opportunities emerge. This dynamic nature means that how you handle your current 80% should preserve optionality, the ability to easily recategorize and reincorporate tasks if their strategic importance changes. Several practices support this adaptability. First, document key processes for 80% tasks, even when automating or delegating them. This documentation doesn't need to be elaborate. Simple checklists, brief written procedures, or quick screen recordings can suffice. The goal is to maintain enough understanding of how these tasks work that you could step back in if necessary or train someone else to handle them differently. This documentation serves multiple purposes. It preserves institutional knowledge if delegation arrangements change. It facilitates scaling or replicating processes as your operation grows. It enables smoother transitions if tasks need to be reassigned. It provides a foundation for further optimization or automation. Second, build periodic reassessment of task categorization into your workflow. Just as you regularly review your 20% to ensure you're focusing on truly high-leverage activities, you should also reassess your 80% to identify any tasks that might be increasing in strategic importance. Several triggers might indicate that a task is migrating from the 80% toward the 20%. Changes in your goals or strategy that elevate the importance of previously secondary activities. Shifts in your market or environment that create new opportunities or challenges. Evolution in your skills or interests that opens possibilities for new high-leverage work. Feedback or data suggesting that certain activities are creating more value than previously recognized. Try this exercise. Conduct a quick task promotion review. Look at your current 80% tasks, those you've been deleting, delegating, deferring, or doing efficiently. Has the strategic importance of any of them changed recently? Should any be reconsidered as potential 20% candidates? This simple review helps ensure your task categorization remains aligned with your current reality rather than past assumptions. Third, maintain relationships and systems that allow for flexible scaling of support. This might mean cultivating a network of freelancers or service providers who can take on additional work if needed, or developing automation systems that can be easily modified as requirements change. This adaptability is particularly important in entrepreneurial or rapidly changing environments, where what constitutes high-leverage work can shift dramatically as a business evolves. What makes sense to delegate or automate in the startup phase might become strategically crucial during scaling, and vice versa. The key principle is avoiding irreversible decisions about your 80% whenever possible. Instead, create systems that allow for continuous reassessment and adjustment as your understanding of where leverage exists continues to evolve. This dynamic approach to handling your 80% completes the framework we've explored in this chapter, a comprehensive system for minimizing the time, energy, and attention consumed by lower-value tasks while maintaining necessary functionality and preserving future optionality. By applying the 4D framework for initial triage, leveraging automation for repetitive tasks, implementing smart delegation for human-dependent activities, guarding against quality drift, and maintaining adaptability as circumstances change, you create a sustainable approach to handling everything that isn't part of your vital 20%. This system doesn't eliminate the 80%. That's neither possible nor desirable. Instead, it ensures that these necessary but lower leverage activities consume only the minimum resources required, preserving your capacity for the high-impact work that drives disproportionate results. The ultimate goal isn't to do less work overall, but to dramatically shift the composition of your work toward higher leverage activities. When you reduce the time and energy consumed by your 80% through deletion, delegation, deferral, and efficient execution, you create space for expanded investment in your 20%. The activities where your unique talents create exceptional value. This reallocation of resources from low leverage to high leverage work is the essence of working less and winning more. It's not about reducing effort for its own sake, but about ensuring that your finite time and energy flow primarily toward activities with the greatest potential impact. As you implement these strategies for handling your 80%, you'll likely notice another benefit beyond the direct time savings: reduced decision fatigue. Many of the approaches we've explored, automation, delegation, scheduled deferral, standardized processes, don't just save time. They eliminate countless small decisions that would otherwise consume mental energy throughout your day. This reduction in decision load creates a perfect transition to our next chapter, where we'll explore one of the most underappreciated aspects of peak performance: the strategic management of decisions. You'll discover why the sheer volume of choices you face daily might be silently sabotaging your effectiveness, and learn a counterintuitive approach that preserves your decision-making capacity for when it truly matters. The secret lies in understanding how your brain processes choices and the hidden cost you pay each time you decide. Chapter 6: Taming Decisions. The Israeli Parole Board faced a disturbing pattern. Analyzing thousands of cases, researchers discovered something that defied logical explanation. Prisoners who appeared before the board in the early morning received parole about 70% of the time. Those who appeared late in the morning, the approval rate plummeted to nearly zero. After the judges took a break, approvals jumped back to 65%, only to steadily decline again throughout the afternoon. These weren't minor offenders versus hardened criminals. The cases were essentially identical in severity, legal factors, and rehabilitation progress. The only meaningful difference was the time of day when the case was heard. What could possibly explain this dramatic disparity? The judges weren't consciously discriminating. They weren't deliberately becoming harsher as the day progressed. They were experiencing something far more subtle, yet profoundly powerful: a hidden force that affects every one of us, every single day, often without our awareness. This force silently shapes the quality of our choices, our willpower, our creativity, and ultimately our success. It explains why we might make excellent decisions in the morning, but poor ones by evening. Why we start the day with ambitious intentions, but end it scrolling mindlessly through social media. Why we can maintain focus and discipline for hours and then suddenly find ourselves unable to resist distractions. Understanding this force and learning to work with it rather than against it might be one of the most powerful yet underappreciated leverage points for the ambitious but intelligently lazy person. Mapping your daily choice load, understanding the drain. What exactly happened to those Israeli judges? The researchers who discovered this pattern, led by Jonathan Levav of Columbia University, identified the culprit: decision fatigue. Unlike physical fatigue, which announces itself through obvious symptoms like muscle soreness or heavy eyelids, decision fatigue operates largely beneath our awareness. We don't consciously feel it happening. Instead, our decision-making quality gradually deteriorates, and we fall back on two simplistic strategies: making impulsive choices or avoiding decisions altogether. For the judges, the path of least resistance was denying parole. Granting parole required carefully weighing multiple factors and writing up justifications. Denial was the simpler option, the default that required less mental energy. As their decision-making resources depleted throughout the session, they increasingly defaulted to no. This phenomenon extends far beyond courtrooms. It affects every domain where choices are made, which means every aspect of modern life. To understand the scope of this challenge, we need to recognize the distinction between micro-decisions and macro-decisions, and how both contribute to cognitive depletion. Macro-decisions are the significant choices we consciously recognize as important. Which job offer to accept? Should we launch a new product line? Is this the right investment strategy? Should we relocate to a new city? We typically approach these decisions with deliberate consideration, perhaps even creating pros and cons lists or consulting others. Micro-decisions, by contrast, are the countless small choices we make throughout the day, often without fully registering them as decisions. Which email to answer first? What to wear? Which route to take to work? What to say in response to a colleague's question? Whether to check social media just for a minute? While each micro-decision seems trivial in isolation, their cumulative impact can be as mentally depleting as a few major decisions. Think of your decision-making capacity as a battery that discharges slightly with each choice you make. Major decisions might drain 20% of your battery, but 100 small decisions can completely deplete it, even though no single choice seemed significant. This decision load has increased dramatically in recent decades. The average person today faces more choices in a week than our grandparents faced in a month. The digital environment alone has exponentially multiplied our decision points. Which of dozens of streaming shows to watch? Which of hundreds of emails to address first? Which of thousands of products to purchase with a click? Many of these decisions aren't just unnecessary, they're entirely manufactured by our lack of systems. We repeatedly decide the same things because we haven't created default pathways for recurring choices. We deliberate over trivial matters that could be standardized or delegated. We reinvent processes that could be templated. The result is a constant, invisible drain on our most precious cognitive resource, our decision-making capacity. And when this resource is depleted, our ability to focus on high-leverage work, make quality choices, and maintain self-discipline all suffer dramatically. Try this eye-opening exercise. Conduct a decision tally for 24 hours. Keep a running count, simple tick marks on paper or in a note app, every time you make a conscious choice, however small. Don't aim for perfect accuracy, just increased awareness. At the end of the day, review your tally. Most people are shocked to discover they're making hundreds of decisions daily, far more than they realized. As you track these decisions, pay particular attention to what I call "why am I even choosing this" moments. Instances where you're investing mental energy in choices that don't meaningfully contribute to your goals or well-being. These might include repeatedly deciding when to check email rather than having a standard schedule, deliberating over routine responses that could be standardized, choosing between similar options where the difference in outcome is negligible, making the same decisions day after day without establishing defaults, weighing in on matters that others could decide with minimal guidance. These unnecessary decision points represent a significant opportunity. By identifying and systematically eliminating them, you can preserve your limited decision-making resources for where they truly matter, your high-leverage 20% activities and genuinely important life choices. This brings us to a fundamental principle. Not all decisions deserve equal treatment. Some warrant careful deliberation, others should be streamlined or eliminated entirely. The key is developing systems that minimize low-value decisions while preserving your capacity for high-value ones. Building default pathways, automating routine choices. Steve Jobs wore virtually the same outfit every day, a black turtleneck, blue jeans, and New Balance sneakers. Mark Zuckerberg similarly sticks to a uniform of gray t-shirts. Barack Obama, during his presidency, limited himself to gray or blue suits. These weren't fashion statements. They were deliberate strategies to eliminate unnecessary decisions. As Obama explained to Vanity Fair, "I'm trying to pare down decisions. I don't want to make decisions about what I'm eating or wearing because I have too many other decisions to make." This approach, creating default pathways for recurring choices, is one of the most powerful techniques for combating decision fatigue. By predetermining your response to common situations, you eliminate the need for in-the-moment deliberation, preserving mental energy for more important matters. The simplest form of this strategy is pre-commitment, making decisions in advance rather than in the moment. This might involve deciding at the beginning of the week which days you'll exercise and what workouts you'll do, selecting your outfits for the entire work week on Sunday evening, determining in advance when you'll check email and social media, setting standard meeting times for recurring appointments. Pre-commitment works because it transfers decision-making from the moment of execution, when you might be depleted or subject to immediate temptations, to a time of clarity and perspective. You're essentially allowing your well-rested, rational self to make choices for your future, potentially depleted self. A particularly effective form of pre-commitment is the if-then rule, a simple conditional statement that predetermines your response to specific triggers or situations. For example, if it's after 8 p.m., then I won't check work email. If a meeting request doesn't include an agenda, then I'll ask for one before accepting. If I feel the urge to check social media while working, then I'll take 3 deep breaths and refocus on my task. These rules eliminate the need for deliberation when the specified condition arises. The decision has already been made. You simply follow the predetermined path. This not only conserves mental energy, but often leads to better choices, as the rules are created thoughtfully rather than in the heat of the moment. Beyond individual decisions, you can create entire standardized systems for recurring situations. Templates and standardization dramatically reduce decision load across various domains. For communication, create template responses for common emails, standard agendas for recurring meetings, and scripts for frequent conversations. For projects, develop standard kickoff processes, milestone definitions, and review protocols that can be applied across multiple initiatives. For daily routines, establish default schedules for different types of days, work days, focus days, meeting days, with predetermined time blocks for various activities. These standardized approaches don't just save time, they eliminate countless micro-decisions that would otherwise drain your mental energy. Instead of reinventing your approach each time, you follow established patterns, preserving cognitive resources for truly novel situations. Try this exercise. Design 3 set-and-forget defaults for your week. Identify 3 recurring decision points that currently require regular deliberation. Create a default plan or rule for each to eliminate the daily choice. For example, you might establish standard working hours, predetermined times for checking communication channels, or specific days for certain types of tasks. As you implement these defaults, you'll likely notice not just increased efficiency, but a sense of mental spaciousness, the freedom that comes from eliminating unnecessary deliberation. This isn't about rigidity. It's about reserving your limited decision-making capacity for choices that truly deserve it. But what about decisions that can't be standardized through personal defaults? For these, another powerful strategy becomes essential: the delegation of choice. The delegation of choice, empowering others and systems. When Jeff Bezos was building Amazon into a global giant, he developed a decision-making framework that distinguished between 2 types of decisions: Type 1, irreversible, high impact, and Type 2, reversible, lower impact. He insisted that senior leaders, including himself, focus primarily on Type 1 decisions while pushing Type 2 decisions to lower levels of the organization. This wasn't just about efficiency, it was about quality. Bezos recognized that decision-making capacity is limited, and preserving it for truly consequential choices leads to better outcomes overall. By delegating reversible decisions, he not only freed up his own mental bandwidth, but empowered his team and accelerated the company's execution. This principle, that not all decisions require your personal involvement, is crucial for combating decision fatigue. Many choices that currently consume your mental energy could be effectively delegated to others or to systems, preserving your capacity for decisions where your specific judgment adds unique value. The first step in choice delegation is developing what I call trust ladders, clear frameworks that define who is empowered to decide what, based on impact and expertise. These ladders establish decision rights across your team, family, or support network, eliminating the need for your involvement in matters others can handle competently. Effective trust ladders typically include clear categorization of decision types, e.g. financial, scheduling, client-related, technical. Defined impact levels, e.g. low, medium, high, based on risk, cost, or strategic importance. Assigned decision rights based on role, expertise, and trust level. Escalation criteria that specify when consultation is required. For example, a team leader might empower direct reports to make independent decisions on matters under $1,000 that don't affect other departments, while requiring consultation for higher value decisions or those with cross-functional impact. A parent might delegate scheduling decisions to older children while maintaining involvement in safety-related choices. These frameworks don't just reduce your decision load, they often lead to better outcomes by placing decisions with those who have the most relevant information or expertise. They also accelerate execution by eliminating approval bottlenecks and develop the capabilities of those around you through increased responsibility. Beyond delegating to people, you can also leverage expert systems, advisors, and trusted sources to offload certain categories of decisions. This might include following the recommendations of trusted advisors in specialized domains, financial planners, industry experts, mentors, using curated recommendation systems rather than evaluating all options yourself, adopting established best practices instead of reinventing approaches, subscribing to trusted information filters that pre-screen content based on your interests. The key is distinguishing between decisions where your personal judgment adds significant value and those where established expertise or systems can guide choices effectively. Many decisions we agonize over have already been thoughtfully addressed by others with deeper knowledge or experience in the relevant domain. Try this exercise. Create a simple delegation charter for one area of your life or work. List common decision types in this area and assign a default decision maker or consultation level for each, e.g., decide and inform, consult before deciding, my decision only. Share this charter with relevant stakeholders to establish clear expectations about decision rights and responsibilities. As you implement this delegation approach, you'll likely encounter initial resistance, both from others unaccustomed to the responsibility and from your own reluctance to relinquish control. This discomfort is natural, but temporary. With clear frameworks and consistent application, decision delegation becomes increasingly comfortable and effective over time. But even with excellent delegation systems, you'll still face numerous decisions that require your personal involvement. For these, strategic scheduling and bundling can dramatically reduce their cognitive impact. Decision bundling and strategic scheduling, optimizing when you choose. Not all hours of the day are created equal when it comes to decision-making quality. Our cognitive capacity fluctuates based on circadian rhythms, energy levels, recent demands, and numerous other factors. Yet most people distribute decisions randomly throughout their day, making important choices whenever they happen to arise, rather than when their decision-making faculty is at its peak. This haphazard approach ignores a crucial insight from the research on decision fatigue. When you make a decision is often as important as how you make it. The same person, facing the same choice, with the same information, may reach significantly different conclusions depending on when the decision occurs in their daily cognitive cycle. Strategic scheduling means deliberately aligning different types of decisions with your optimal mental states. This requires understanding your personal patterns of peak performance and cognitive depletion. Most people experience their highest cognitive capacity in the morning, after rest, and before the accumulation of decision fatigue throughout the day. This makes the morning ideal for complex, consequential decisions requiring careful analysis or creative thinking. As the day progresses, decision quality typically declines, making afternoon and evening better suited for routine choices or decisions with limited consequences. However, individual patterns vary significantly. Night owls may experience their peak decision-making capacity in the evening, while morning larks perform best shortly after waking. The key is identifying your personal pattern through observation and aligning your most important decisions with your periods of peak cognitive function. Beyond aligning with daily rhythms, it's crucial to avoid making significant decisions under specific adverse conditions. When physically tired or sleep-deprived, when emotionally agitated or upset, when hungry or otherwise physically uncomfortable, immediately after a series of other taxing decisions, under extreme time pressure, unless absolutely necessary, these conditions dramatically increase the likelihood of poor choices, even for decisions you'd handle well under better circumstances. Complementing strategic scheduling is the practice of decision bundling, grouping similar types of decisions into dedicated time blocks rather than handling them individually as they arise. This approach reduces the cognitive switching costs associated with constantly shifting between different decision domains. Effective bundling might include a weekly financial block for bill payments, budget reviews, and spending decisions, a dedicated time for evaluating and responding to requests from team members, a specific session for planning upcoming projects and initiatives, a regular block for content consumption decisions, what to read, watch, or listen to. This batched approach not only improves efficiency, but enhances decision quality by creating context continuity. When you're already in a particular mental framework, financial thinking, people management, strategic planning, related decisions become easier to process effectively. Try this exercise. Schedule a recurring weekly decision-making block in your calendar. Dedicate this time to handling a specific category of bundled decisions that currently occur scattered throughout your week. For example, you might create a Friday afternoon finance block for all money-related decisions, or Monday morning planning block for mapping out your week's priorities and commitments. As you implement strategic scheduling and bundling, you'll likely notice not just improved decision quality, but reduced mental friction throughout your day. Knowing that certain decisions have a dedicated time and place frees you from the nagging pressure to address them immediately, allowing greater focus on your current priorities. But even with optimal timing and bundling, high-stakes decisions still deserve additional safeguards against fatigue-induced errors. Decision quality safeguards, preventing fatigue-induced errors. In 2009, Captain Chesley Sully Sullenberger successfully landed U.S. Airways Flight 1549 on the Hudson River after both engines failed, saving all 155 people aboard. When later asked about this extraordinary feat, Sullenberger emphasized something surprising: the importance of checklists. Even in that extreme situation, with only minutes to act, he and his co-pilot followed established procedures rather than relying solely on intuition or memory. This approach, using structured tools to support decision-making, especially under pressure or fatigue, offers powerful protection against the cognitive errors that naturally increase as our mental resources deplete. While we can't eliminate decision fatigue entirely, we can implement safeguards that maintain decision quality even when we're not at our cognitive best. One of the most effective safeguards is the decision checklist, a simple tool that ensures you consider key factors regardless of your mental state. Unlike the complex deliberation that might occur when you're cognitively fresh, checklists provide a minimal viable decision process that prevents critical oversights. Effective decision checklists are brief enough to actually use, typically 5 to 7 items, focused on the most common failure points or overlooked considerations. specific to the type of decision being made, physically accessible at the moment of decision. For example, a checklist for evaluating new opportunities might include, does this align with my core goals and values? What is the true time commitment required? What would I need to stop doing to accommodate this? What's the worst-case scenario, and can I accept it? Is this reversible if it doesn't work out? These simple prompts ensure you consider crucial factors that are often overlooked when decision fatigue sets in. They don't make the decision for you, but they prevent the mental shortcuts that lead to poor choices when you're depleted. Another powerful safeguard technique is the premortem or red team approach, mentally simulating the failure of a decision before you make it. This involves asking, imagine it's 1 year from now, and this decision has turned out terribly. What went wrong? This technique counteracts several cognitive biases that intensify under fatigue. Overconfidence bias, the tendency to overestimate our ability to predict and control outcomes. Confirmation bias, seeking only information that supports our preferred option. Planning fallacy, underestimating the time, costs, and obstacles involved in our plans. By deliberately considering potential failure modes in advance, you identify risks and weaknesses that might otherwise be overlooked, allowing for preemptive adjustments or contingency planning. For particularly consequential decisions, another safeguard is deliberately seeking diverse perspectives, especially those likely to challenge your thinking. This might involve consulting individuals with different expertise or background than yours, explicitly asking someone to play devil's advocate, seeking input from people with different risk tolerances or decision-making styles, consulting both optimists and pessimists about the same situation. This diversity of viewpoints helps compensate for the narrowing of perspective that typically occurs under decision fatigue, when we're more likely to consider fewer factors and alternatives. Try this exercise. Craft a personal 5-question decision checklist for a type of significant choice you regularly face. Focus on the considerations you're most likely to overlook when tired or rushed. Keep this checklist readily accessible, perhaps as a note on your phone or a small card in your wallet, and commit to reviewing it before making any important decision of this type. These safeguards don't replace good decision-making practices when you're at your best. They provide a safety net for when you're not. By implementing them systematically, you maintain acceptable decision quality even when facing the inevitable cognitive depletion that accumulates throughout busy days. The combination of approaches we've explored in this chapter, mapping your decision load, building default pathways, delegating choices, strategic scheduling, and implementing safeguards, creates a comprehensive system for taming the hidden drain of excessive decisions. This system doesn't eliminate decisions entirely. It ensures they consume only the necessary mental resources while preserving your cognitive capacity for your highest leverage activities. The impact of this approach extends far beyond mere efficiency. When you reduce the decision burden that silently depletes your mental energy, you experience greater clarity, enhanced focus, improved self-regulation, and more consistent alignment between your intentions and actions. The gap between what you plan to do and what you actually do narrows significantly. This alignment is particularly crucial for the ambitious but intelligently lazy person. Your success depends not on making more decisions, but on making better ones, especially regarding where to focus your limited time and energy. By taming the decision deluge that characterizes modern life, you preserve your cognitive resources for the choices that truly matter, identifying and executing your high-leverage 20% activities. The strategies in this chapter address a fundamental challenge of effective execution: maintaining the mental clarity and energy needed to consistently choose high-value work over low-value distractions. But even with excellent decision management, another obstacle often stands between intention and action: the resistance to getting started on important but challenging tasks. In the next chapter, we'll explore why beginning is often the hardest part of any significant undertaking, and how a counterintuitive approach to initiation can transform your ability to overcome procrastination and build momentum on your most important work. The secret lies not in forcing yourself to tackle big projects head-on, but in understanding the psychological triggers that create resistance and designing around them with surgical precision. Chapter 7. Just Start Right. The cursor blinked mockingly on the empty document. I had blocked out 3 hours for this important proposal, a high-leverage task that could potentially transform my business. The deadline loomed just days away. I had cleared my schedule, silenced notifications, and created ideal working conditions. Yet 45 minutes had passed, and I hadn't written a single word. Instead, I had checked email twice, reorganized my desktop folders, researched an entirely unrelated topic that suddenly seemed fascinating, and even contemplated rearranging my office furniture. I knew exactly what I was doing, procrastinating, but that awareness didn't seem to help me stop. This scenario plays out millions of times daily across the world. Ambitious people with clear goals and genuine intentions find themselves mysteriously unable to begin important work. The pattern is so common, it seems almost built into human nature. We know what we should do, we want the results of doing it, we have the time and ability to do it, and yet we don't start. This gap between intention and action represents one of the most significant obstacles to achieving our potential. We can identify our high-leverage 20%, create space for it in our schedules, and understand its importance. But if we can't overcome the resistance to beginning, none of that preparation matters. What makes this challenge particularly frustrating is that it often doesn't make logical sense, even to ourselves. We procrastinate on tasks that would benefit us, that align with our goals, and that we genuinely want to complete. We delay actions that would take less time to do than the time we spend avoiding them. We put off work that, once started, we often find engaging and satisfying. Why do we sabotage ourselves this way? And more importantly, how can we overcome this tendency without relying on sheer willpower, which is limited and unreliable? The answer lies in understanding that procrastination isn't what most people think it is. It's not laziness, lack of discipline, or poor time management. It's something far more fundamental to human psychology. And once you understand its true nature, you can address it with surprisingly simple but powerful strategies. Understanding the procrastination loop, it's not just laziness. For decades, procrastination was misunderstood as primarily a time management problem or a character flaw, a simple failure of willpower or discipline. Popular advice centered around scheduling techniques, accountability systems, or simply trying harder. But recent research has revealed a much more nuanced reality. Procrastination is fundamentally an emotional regulation problem, not a time management issue. When we procrastinate, we're not avoiding the task itself. We're avoiding the negative emotions associated with it. These emotions might include fear of failure or judgment. What if I can't do this well enough? Overwhelm or anxiety. This is too complex, big, difficult. Boredom or aversion. This is tedious, unpleasant. Uncertainty. I'm not sure how to approach this. Resentment. I shouldn't have to do this. The procrastination cycle begins when contemplating a task triggers one or more of these uncomfortable feelings. Rather than sit with this discomfort, we seek relief by shifting our attention to something more immediately pleasant or comfortable, checking social media, handling minor tasks, or engaging in productive procrastination like organizing or researching. This avoidance provides temporary emotional relief, which is neurologically rewarding. Our brain registers, feeling uncomfortable, avoided task, felt better. This creates a powerful reinforcement loop that strengthens the avoidance behavior, making it more likely we'll procrastinate again when facing similar tasks in the future. Meanwhile, the consequences of procrastination, increased stress as deadlines approach, poorer quality work, disappointment in ourselves, are delayed so they don't effectively counteract the immediate relief of avoidance. This understanding that procrastination is primarily about avoiding discomfort rather than avoiding work completely changes how we should approach the problem. Willpower-based strategies fail because they don't address the underlying emotional dynamics. They attempt to force us through the discomfort rather than reducing it. More effective approaches focus on 1. Minimizing the negative emotions that trigger procrastination. 2. Reducing the effort required to begin. 3. Creating positive emotional associations with starting. These principles form the foundation of the strategies we'll explore throughout this chapter. Approaches that work with your psychology rather than against it. Try this exercise. Journal your procrastination triggers. The next time you find yourself avoiding an important task, pause and identify the specific feeling driving the avoidance. Is it overwhelm, fear, boredom, uncertainty? Write it down, being as specific as possible about the emotion and what might be causing it. This awareness is the first step toward breaking the procrastination cycle. As you practice this emotional awareness, you'll likely notice patterns in what triggers your procrastination. Certain types of tasks, contexts, or thoughts may consistently generate the uncomfortable feelings that lead to avoidance. These insights will help you apply the strategies in this chapter more effectively to your specific procrastination patterns. But understanding the emotional nature of procrastination, while necessary, isn't sufficient to overcome it. You need practical techniques that directly address the psychological barriers to starting. And the most powerful of these techniques focuses on making the act of beginning so ridiculously easy that it bypasses your emotional resistance entirely. The 1-inch action strategy, making starting ridiculously easy. When faced with a challenging task or project, our minds naturally envision the entire endeavor, all the steps, potential obstacles, and effort required to reach completion. This comprehensive preview often triggers the overwhelming feelings that lead to procrastination. The 1-inch action strategy counters this tendency by radically narrowing your focus to just the tiniest possible first step. An action so small and doable that it sidesteps the emotional resistance that would normally arise. I call these 1-inch actions because they require moving forward just the smallest possible distance, just enough to technically begin without triggering the anxiety or overwhelm associated with the full task. Examples of 1-inch actions include opening the document you need to work on, not writing, just opening it. Writing a single sentence or paragraph, not the entire report. Making one phone call, not tackling the entire communication list. Setting up your workspace for a project, not starting the actual work. Reading the first page of research material, not the entire article. These micro-actions might seem trivially small, and that's precisely the point. They're so minimal that your brain doesn't register them as threatening or overwhelming. They don't trigger the emotional resistance that leads to procrastination. The power of this approach lies in a psychological principle called the Zeigarnik effect, named after psychologist Bluma Zeigarnik. She discovered that unfinished tasks create cognitive tension that persists until the task is completed. Our brains are naturally uncomfortable with incompletion and will continue to think about unfinished business. By taking a 1-inch action, you create this state of incompletion. You've started but not finished, which generates a subtle psychological pull to continue. The hardest part, beginning, is behind you, and momentum often naturally develops. This strategy also leverages the fact that our perception of a task often changes dramatically once we're engaged with it. Tasks that seem daunting or unpleasant when viewed from a distance frequently feel much more manageable once we're actually working on them. The anticipation of difficulty or discomfort is usually worse than the reality. Each small step completed also provides a microdose of dopamine, the brain's reward chemical, creating positive reinforcement that encourages continued action. These small wins build upon each other, creating what I call a momentum snowball that can carry you through the entire task. The key is defining your 1-inch action with extreme specificity. Vague intentions like work on the report still allow for procrastination because they don't tell you exactly what physical action to take first. In contrast, Open the document and write the title provides a clear, concrete first step that's virtually impossible to procrastinate on due to its simplicity. Try this exercise. Convert a looming project into 15-minute chunks. Take one task you've been avoiding and break it down into a sequence of steps, each estimated to take no more than 15 minutes. Don't worry about completing these steps yet. Just create the list. Be as specific as possible, starting with the absolute smallest first action you could take. This breakdown process itself often reduces procrastination by making the project feel more manageable. More importantly, it identifies your 1-inch action, that first 15-minute or smaller step that can get you started with minimal resistance. When you actually implement this strategy, you'll often find that completing the first micro step creates enough momentum to continue naturally to the next steps. The initial resistance disappears once you're in motion, and what seemed daunting before you began often becomes engaging once you're involved in the work. But what about situations where even tiny first steps feel challenging? In these cases, the barrier might not be the size of the step, but your confidence in your ability to handle the task successfully. This brings us to another powerful anti-procrastination strategy: rapidly building the self-efficacy needed to act. Building confidence fast, fueling your ability to act. Psychologist Albert Bandura's research on self-efficacy, our belief in our ability to succeed at specific tasks, revealed something crucial about procrastination. We're much more likely to avoid tasks when we doubt our ability to complete them successfully. This explains why even highly capable people sometimes procrastinate on tasks well within their abilities. It's not about actual capability, but perceived capability. If you don't believe you can do something well or at all, the prospect of trying triggers anxiety, which leads to avoidance. The good news is that self-efficacy isn't fixed. It can be deliberately enhanced through several evidence-based techniques that work surprisingly quickly. One of the most powerful approaches is creating what I call a past wins inventory, a deliberate practice of recalling and documenting previous successes, particularly those involving challenges similar to what you're currently facing. Our brains have a negativity bias that makes us quick to remember failures, but often overlook successes. By consciously bringing past achievements into awareness, you provide your brain with evidence of your capability, directly countering the self-doubt that fuels procrastination. This inventory might include projects you've successfully completed despite initial difficulty, challenges you've overcome that initially seemed daunting, skills you've developed that once seemed beyond your reach, positive feedback you've received on your work, times when you pushed through procrastination and were glad you did. The key is specificity, not just "I've written reports before," but "I wrote the Q3 analysis under tight deadline pressure and received positive feedback from the executive team." Specific memories provide more powerful evidence to your brain than general reassurances. Review this inventory when facing tasks that trigger self-doubt. You might even create a physical or digital success file containing tangible reminders of past achievements, completed projects, positive emails, certificates, or other evidence of your capabilities. Another powerful technique for building action-oriented confidence is mental contrasting, particularly a structured version called WOOP, Wish, Outcome, Obstacle, Plan, developed by psychologist Gabriele Oettingen. This approach combines positive visualization, which builds motivation, with realistic obstacle identification, which prepares you for challenges. The process involves Wish, clearly defining what you want to accomplish. Outcome, vividly imagining the positive results of achieving it. Obstacle, honestly identifying what might prevent you from succeeding. Plan, creating specific if-then plans for overcoming those obstacles. This balanced approach avoids the pitfalls of pure positive thinking, which can actually reduce motivation by creating a false sense of progress, while providing concrete strategies for handling potential difficulties. For example, if you're procrastinating on an important presentation, you might Wish to create and deliver an engaging, informative presentation. Outcome. Imagine the audience's positive response and the professional recognition it might bring. Obstacle. Identify your anxiety about public speaking and uncertainty about organizing the material. Plan. If I feel anxious while preparing, then I'll take a 5-minute break and practice deep breathing. If I'm uncertain about organization, then I'll review the structure of presentations I've admired. This process builds confidence by simultaneously connecting you to your motivation and preparing you for challenges, reducing the uncertainty that often triggers procrastination. Try this exercise. Practice a daily 2-minute success visualization. Close your eyes and vividly imagine successfully completing one small step of a task you tend to avoid. Focus on the feeling of accomplishment, the details of what you'll see, hear, and feel as you make progress. Make this visualization as specific and sensory-rich as possible. This brief practice builds neural pathways associated with success, gradually increasing your self-efficacy and reducing the emotional resistance to beginning. When combined with the 1-inch action strategy, it creates a powerful approach to overcoming even deeply entrenched procrastination patterns. But what about situations where procrastination has become a persistent habit, automatically triggered in certain contexts? For these cases, we need strategies that bypass conscious deliberation entirely by creating automatic starting routines. Anti-procrastination rituals, automating the act of starting. Elite athletes don't decide whether to train each day. They have established routines that automatically initiate their practice sessions. Professional writers don't deliberate about whether to write. They have rituals that signal to their brains that writing time has begun. By removing the decision point, they bypass the opportunity for procrastination. You can create similar automaticity around your most important but procrastination-prone tasks through what I call anti-procrastination rituals, consistent routines that trigger the beginning of work with minimal conscious deliberation. One of the simplest but most effective of these rituals is the 10-minute rule, or variations like the 5-minute rule or 15-minute rule. This approach involves committing to work on a task for just 10 minutes, with full permission to stop after that time if you still want to. The beauty of this technique is that it separates starting from continuing. You're not committing to complete the entire task, just to begin it for a very short, manageable period. This dramatically lowers the psychological barrier to initiation. What typically happens is revealing. Once you've worked for the initial 10 minutes, the momentum often carries you forward naturally. The hardest part, starting, is behind you, and continuing requires less psychological effort than stopping and restarting later. Even in cases where you do stop after the initial period, you've still made progress rather than none at all. And you've weakened the procrastination habit by proving to yourself that beginning wasn't as difficult or unpleasant as your mind predicted. A more structured variation of this approach is the Pomodoro technique, which involves working in focused 25-minute intervals separated by short breaks. This creates a rhythm of starting and stopping that can make daunting tasks feel more manageable by breaking them into defined work sprints. Beyond time-based rituals, environmental priming can powerfully reduce procrastination by creating external cues that automatically trigger work behavior. This might involve designating a specific location used only for focused work, creating a consistent pre-work routine, like arranging materials, putting on particular music, or making a cup of tea, using specific environmental signals, like noise-canceling headphones or a special desk lamp, that you associate exclusively with productive work. These environmental cues bypass conscious deliberation by directly triggering behavioral patterns through association. Over time, simply entering your designated workspace or initiating your pre-work routine automatically shifts your brain into work mode without requiring a decision to begin. The key to effective ritual design is consistency, using the same cues, locations, and sequences repeatedly until they form a strong neurological association with starting work. This consistency transforms what was once a decision point, an opportunity for procrastination, into an automatic behavioral sequence. Try this exercise. Design your personal start ritual checklist. List 3 to 5 simple actions you will perform every time before starting a major work session. These might include clearing your desk, closing unnecessary browser tabs, setting a timer, putting your phone in another room, or taking 3 deep breaths. The specific actions matter less than their consistency. You're creating a routine that signals work is beginning to your brain. Commit to following this exact sequence before each work session for at least 2 weeks. Over time, the ritual itself will become a trigger for focused work, reducing the deliberation that often leads to procrastination. These automated starting strategies are particularly powerful because they address procrastination at its most vulnerable point, the moment of initiation. By removing or minimizing the decision to begin, they circumvent the emotional resistance that typically triggers avoidance. But starting is only the first challenge. To create sustainable momentum on important projects, you need systems that reinforce progress and make continuation more likely than abandonment. This brings us to our final anti-procrastination strategy: tracking and celebrating progress. Tracking and celebrating progress, reinforcing momentum. One of the most demotivating aspects of complex projects is the feeling that you're not making meaningful progress. When tasks are large and completion is distant, it's easy to lose sight of how far you've come, focusing instead on how far you still have to go. This perception that your efforts aren't creating visible results is a major trigger for procrastination. Why continue investing energy if you can't see the impact? The antidote is deliberately tracking and celebrating progress, no matter how small. By making your advancement visible and meaningful, you create positive emotional associations with continuing the work, reducing the likelihood of future procrastination. Visual progress tracking is particularly effective because it leverages our brain's preference for concrete, observable evidence over abstract awareness. Options include simple progress bars for project completion, habit trackers that display consistent action over time, done lists that document completed steps as opposed to to-do lists, visual dashboards showing key metrics or milestones, physical representations like moving tokens from to-do to done jars. These visual systems make progress tangible, providing concrete evidence that your efforts are creating movement toward your goals. This visibility directly counters the "why bother" feeling that often triggers procrastination on longer projects. Equally important is celebrating progress appropriately. Many high achievers make the mistake of immediately focusing on what's next without acknowledging what's been accomplished. This creates a perpetual feeling of incompletion and inadequacy that can fuel procrastination. Effective celebration doesn't require elaborate rewards or excessive self-congratulation. It might be as simple as taking a moment to consciously acknowledge a completed step, briefly noting achievements in a journal or log, sharing progress with a supportive colleague or friend, allowing yourself a short, pleasant break after meaningful advancement, implementing small micro-rewards for milestone completion. The key is making celebration a consistent part of your work process, rather than something reserved only for major achievements. By acknowledging and appreciating smaller steps, you create positive emotional associations with the work itself, making future engagement more appealing and procrastination less likely. Try this exercise. Set up a weekly momentum review. At the end of each week, take 10 to 15 minutes to review your progress on key projects, especially those prone to procrastination. Acknowledge steps taken, however small, and identify specific advancements made. Then set 1 to 3 specific next steps for the coming week, focusing on small, doable actions rather than major outcomes. This regular review serves multiple purposes. It makes progress visible, reinforces the connection between your actions and results, provides an opportunity for appropriate celebration, and creates clarity about next steps that reduces future procrastination. When combined with the other strategies we've explored, understanding the emotional nature of procrastination, using one-inch actions to make starting ridiculously easy, building confidence through past wins and mental contrasting, and creating automatic starting rituals. This progress-focused approach creates a comprehensive system for overcoming even deeply entrenched procrastination patterns. The cumulative effect of these strategies isn't just completing more tasks, it's transforming your relationship with challenging work. Over time, you'll likely find that tasks that once triggered automatic avoidance become more approachable, and the gap between intention and action narrows significantly. This transformation doesn't require superhuman willpower or fundamental personality changes. It simply involves working with your psychology rather than against it, understanding the emotional dynamics of procrastination, and implementing targeted strategies that address its root causes. By focusing on making starting ridiculously easy, building the confidence needed to act, automating the initiation process, and reinforcing progress, you create conditions where taking action becomes the path of least resistance rather than something to be avoided. These strategies are particularly valuable for the ambitious but intelligently lazy person. They allow you to channel your energy toward your high-leverage 20% activities without requiring constant battles against procrastination. You achieve more, not by forcing yourself to work harder, but by removing the psychological barriers that prevent effective action. The ability to consistently start and maintain momentum on important tasks, especially those that might otherwise trigger procrastination, is a crucial component of working less while winning more. It ensures that your limited time and energy flow toward your highest leverage activities rather than being consumed by resistance and avoidance. But even with excellent anti-procrastination strategies, another challenge remains: maintaining focus once you've begun. In a world of constant interruptions and distractions, starting is necessary but not sufficient. You also need an environment that supports sustained attention on your most important work. In our next chapter, we'll explore how the spaces where you work, both physical and digital, might be silently sabotaging your productivity without your awareness. You'll discover how subtle environmental factors can dramatically impact your ability to focus, and learn practical strategies for designing spaces that naturally enhance your concentration rather than undermining it. The secret lies in understanding how your surroundings shape your attention at a level deeper than conscious awareness. Chapter 8. Design your focus. I once watched a world-class violinist practice in a small studio. What struck me wasn't just her extraordinary skill, but the environment she had created around herself. The room was meticulously arranged, music stand positioned precisely, chair at the perfect height, lighting carefully adjusted. Her phone was nowhere in sight. The door displayed a small, "Practice in Progress" sign. Even the temperature seemed calibrated for optimal performance. When I asked about these preparations, she looked surprised. It's just the basics. You can't expect peak performance without designing for it. Her response revealed something profound about excellence that extends far beyond music. She understood intuitively what many of us overlook. Performance isn't just about ability, effort, or even motivation. It's about creating conditions where excellence becomes not just possible, but probable. This insight applies powerfully to cognitive work. We obsess over productivity techniques, time management systems, and motivation strategies while neglecting something far more fundamental: the environments, both physical and digital, where our work actually happens. These environments aren't neutral backdrops to our performance. They're active participants in it, constantly shaping our attention, energy, and thought patterns in ways we rarely notice but profoundly feel. The spaces where we work are silently programming our focus, for better or worse, every single day. In previous chapters, we've explored how to identify your high-leverage activities, handle the less important tasks, make better decisions, and overcome procrastination. But all these strategies depend on one crucial capability: the ability to focus deeply on complex, important work. Without this foundation, even the best productivity systems falter. This chapter explores how to deliberately design environments and processes that protect and amplify your focus rather than fragmenting it. We'll examine how seemingly minor aspects of your physical space, digital environment, and work approach can dramatically impact your ability to concentrate on what matters most. The stakes couldn't be higher. In an age of unprecedented distraction, the capacity for sustained deep focus has become not just valuable, but rare. Those who can cultivate this ability gain an extraordinary advantage: the power to consistently direct their full cognitive resources toward their most important work. Let's begin by understanding exactly what we're trying to optimize and why it matters so much. The attention equation, understanding the variables of focus. Focus isn't binary. You're not simply focused or unfocused. It exists on a spectrum of quality and depth, from shallow and fragmented attention to the profound concentration that produces our best work. To understand how to optimize focus, it helps to think of it as governed by a simple equation. Focus quality equals task engagement, distraction level. This formula captures something intuitive yet often overlooked. Your ability to concentrate depends both on how engaging your task is and how many distractions compete for your attention. The relationship is multiplicative rather than additive. When distraction levels are high, even highly engaging tasks become difficult to focus on. Conversely, when distractions are minimal, you can maintain reasonable focus even on less naturally engaging work. This equation reveals two fundamental approaches to improving focus: increasing task engagement or decreasing distractions. Most productivity advice centers on the first approach, making work more engaging through techniques like gamification, reward systems, or finding deeper meaning in tasks. These strategies have value, but they face a fundamental limitation. Some high-value work is inherently challenging, complex, or occasionally tedious. No amount of gamification will make certain tasks intrinsically fascinating. More importantly, trying to make every task engaging requires constant psychological effort, precisely the limited resource we're trying to conserve. The alternative approach, systematically reducing distractions, often yields more reliable results with less ongoing effort. By designing environments that naturally minimize attention disruptions, you create conditions where focus becomes the default state rather than something you must continuously fight to maintain. This shift from constantly battling for focus to designing environments that naturally support it represents one of the most powerful leverage points for the ambitious but intelligently lazy person. It allows you to channel your limited willpower and energy toward your work itself, rather than toward the struggle to stay focused on it. To implement this approach effectively, you first need to identify your primary distractors, the specific factors that most frequently interrupt your concentration. These typically fall into several categories. External interruptions include notifications, noise, visual movement, and people seeking your attention. These originate outside you and physically disrupt your focus. Internal interruptions include wandering thoughts, worries, sudden ideas, and the urge to check email or social media. These originate within your mind, but can be triggered or exacerbated by environmental factors. Physical discomforts, like an uncomfortable chair, poor lighting, temperature issues, or hunger, can constantly pull attention away from work as your body signals its needs. Process frictions such as unclear objectives, missing information, or inefficient workflows create micro-interruptions as you repeatedly pause to figure out what to do next. Try this exercise. Keep a focus interrupt log for one work session around 90 minutes. Every time your focus breaks, whether due to external distraction or internal mind wandering, quickly jot down the source of the interruption. Be specific, not just got distracted, but notification from Slack, or started worrying about upcoming presentation. After the session, review the log to identify patterns in what consistently steals your attention. This simple observation exercise often reveals surprising insights. You might discover that certain types of interruptions occur far more frequently than you realized, or that seemingly minor environmental factors have a disproportionate impact on your concentration. These insights provide the foundation for targeted environmental design interventions. With a clear understanding of your personal distraction patterns, you can begin systematically engineering your environment to protect your attention. Let's start with the physical space where your work happens. Physical environment, engineering, shaping your space for deep work. Your physical workspace isn't just where you do your work, it's an active participant in how you think and focus. Research consistently shows that environmental factors significantly impact cognitive performance, yet most people give little thought to deliberately designing their work environments. A 2024 study in the Journal of Environmental Psychology found that specific workspace attributes, like adequate personal space, noise control, and visual privacy, directly correlated with perceived performance and satisfaction. Similarly, a Capital One survey of 3,500 professionals revealed that 90% believe their physical workspace affects their productivity, with many citing the importance of natural elements and dedicated focus areas. These findings align with what cognitive scientists have long understood. Our brains are constantly processing environmental stimuli, even when we're not consciously aware of it. Each visual object in your field of view, each ambient sound, each sensory input requires some amount of processing power that's then unavailable for your actual work. The first principle of physical environment engineering is therefore minimizing unnecessary stimuli through thoughtful decluttering. This isn't about aesthetics or organizational virtue, it's about cognitive load reduction. Visual clutter creates constant low-level processing demands as your brain continually scans and evaluates objects in your field of vision. Start with your immediate workspace, the desk or table where you do your most important work. Remove anything not directly relevant to your current project. This might include papers from unrelated projects, excess office supplies, decorative items that don't serve a functional purpose, digital devices not needed for your current task, visual reminders of other responsibilities. The goal isn't minimalism for its own sake, but creating a visual environment that naturally directs attention toward your work rather than pulling it in multiple directions. Beyond decluttering, consider implementing workspace zoning, designating specific areas for specific types of work. This might include a deep work zone optimized for focused concentration, perhaps featuring minimal visual stimuli and tools for blocking auditory distractions. A communication zone for calls, video conferences, and collaborative work with appropriate technology readily available. A thinking planning zone with whiteboards, larger surfaces for spreading out materials, or comfortable seating for reflection. A reference zone where resources and materials not immediately needed but occasionally accessed can be stored within reach but out of your primary visual field. This zoning approach leverages context-dependent memory, our tendency to associate specific environments with specific mental states and activities. Over time, simply entering your deep work zone can trigger the focused mental state associated with that space. Beyond organization, several environmental factors significantly impact cognitive performance. Lighting profoundly affects both focus and energy levels. Natural light is ideal, but if that's limited, full-spectrum lighting that mimics daylight can improve alertness and mood. Position your primary work surface to maximize available natural light without creating screen glare. Acoustic environment shapes attention in powerful ways. Complete silence works well for some people, while others focus better with consistent background sound that masks unpredictable noises. Experiment with white noise, nature sounds, or instrumental music, and consider noise-canceling headphones for environments with unavoidable distractions. Biophilic elements, natural features like plants, natural materials, or views of nature, have been shown to reduce stress and improve concentration. Even simple additions like a small desk plant or nature photography can provide these benefits. Temperature affects cognitive performance more than many realize. Research suggests that slight coolness, around 7 degrees Fahrenheit per 21 degrees Celsius, supports alertness and focus better than warmth, which tends to induce relaxation. Try this exercise. Conduct a 60-minute workspace makeover sprint. Set a timer and focus exclusively on improving your primary workspace for the next hour. Clear all unnecessary items from your visual field. Organize essential materials for easy access. Adjust lighting, manage cables, and add any elements like plants that might enhance focus. Don't aim for perfection, just make the most impactful improvements possible within the time constraint. This brief investment in environmental design can yield immediate improvements in focus quality. More importantly, it begins the process of thinking deliberately about your workspace as a tool for cognitive performance rather than just a place where work happens. But in today's world, physical environment is only half the equation. For many knowledge workers, the digital environment presents an even greater challenge to sustained attention. Digital environment safeguards, taming the infinite distraction machine. The devices we rely on for work are simultaneously our greatest tools and our greatest distractors. A computer connected to the internet provides access to virtually unlimited information and capabilities, but also to virtually unlimited diversions, interruptions, and attention fragmenters. Unlike physical environments, which have natural limitations on stimuli, digital environments can generate endless novel distractions. Social media feeds refresh infinitely. Email arrives continuously. Notifications from dozens of applications compete for attention. Websites are specifically engineered to capture and hold your focus through sophisticated psychological techniques. This creates an unprecedented challenge for sustained concentration. Your digital environment, if left unmanaged, becomes an active agent working against your attempts to focus deeply on important work. The solution isn't digital asceticism, abandoning technology entirely, but rather deliberate digital environment design. Just as you engineer your physical space to support focus, you need to configure your digital tools to minimize distractions and maximize useful capabilities. The most immediate and impactful intervention is notification triage, systematically evaluating and limiting the alerts that interrupt your concentration. Most people allow far too many applications to demand their attention, creating a constant stream of focus-breaking interruptions. Conduct a comprehensive notification audit across all your devices. Which applications currently have permission to interrupt you? Which of these interruptions are truly time-sensitive and important? Which could be checked at scheduled times rather than immediately? Which provide little or no value relative to their distraction cost? For most people, this audit reveals that less than 20% of their notifications are genuinely important enough to justify immediate attention. The rest can be disabled entirely or batched for periodic review. Be particularly ruthless with visual indicators like badges, the small numbered circles on application icons, banner notifications, and sounds. Each of these is designed specifically to pull your attention away from whatever you're currently doing, exactly what you're trying to prevent during deep focus sessions. Beyond notification management, several other digital environment strategies can dramatically improve focus quality. Website and application blockers like Freedom, Cold Turkey, or Leech Block allow you to temporarily prevent access to distracting sites during designated focus periods. This creates an external constraint that reduces the willpower required to resist digital temptations. Scheduled communication windows involve designating specific times for checking email, messaging platforms, and social media rather than leaving them continuously open. This batching approach prevents the constant context switching that fragments attention throughout the day. Tab management is a simple but powerful practice of closing browser tabs not directly relevant to your current task. Each open tab represents not just a technical resource drain, but a psychological one, a visual reminder of other tasks, information, or possibilities competing for your attention. Digital environment simplification includes removing unnecessary icons from your desktop, organizing files into logical systems, and creating clean, focused interfaces for different types of work. Just as with physical decluttering, the goal is reducing cognitive load from irrelevant visual stimuli. Try this exercise. Set up a one-click deep focus mode on your devices. Configure your computer and phone so that with a single action, clicking a bookmark, toggling a setting, or launching an application, you can instantly silence all non-essential notifications. Block distracting websites and applications. Close or hide irrelevant programs and windows. Launch only the tools needed for focused work. Many operating systems now include built-in focus modes that can be customized for this purpose, or you can use third-party applications designed specifically for creating distraction-free environments. This one-click approach dramatically reduces the friction between deciding to focus and actually creating conditions conducive to concentration. It acknowledges that when you're already facing the challenge of difficult work, you need environmental transitions to be as effortless as possible. With your physical and digital environments optimized for focus, the final piece of the environmental design puzzle involves how you structure and approach the work itself. Process design for deep work, structuring your approach. Even with ideal physical and digital environments, the way you frame and structure your work significantly impacts your ability to maintain focus. Certain approaches naturally support sustained concentration, while others virtually guarantee distraction and fragmentation. One of the most powerful process design principles is front-loading clarity. Many focus problems stem not from external distractions, but from ambiguity about exactly what you're trying to accomplish or how to proceed. This ambiguity creates internal resistance that makes distraction particularly tempting. Before beginning any significant work session, take a few minutes to clearly define the specific outcome you're working toward, the scope boundaries, what's included and excluded, the next concrete action to take, any resources or information you'll need, how you'll know when you've made sufficient progress. This clarity creates a psychological runway for focused work. Rather than constantly pausing to figure out what to do next or whether you're on the right track, you can maintain momentum through a well-defined process. Another crucial process design element is alignment with energy patterns. Not all hours of your day are equally suited for deep focus. Most people experience predictable fluctuations in cognitive capacity based on circadian rhythms, sleep patterns, and other physiological factors. Track your energy and focus levels throughout the day for a week, noting when you naturally feel most alert and capable of complex thinking. These periods, your peak hours, should be reserved for your most demanding cognitive work, particularly tasks within your vital 20%. Conversely, identify your trough hours, periods when your energy and focus naturally dip. These times are better suited for routine tasks, administrative work, or activities requiring less creative thinking. By matching task difficulty to your natural energy patterns, you work with your biology rather than against it. This energy-based scheduling connects directly to the concept of the most important task, MIT, identifying and prioritizing the single activity that will create the most value if completed successfully. By tackling your MIT during your peak energy period, you ensure your most valuable work receives your best cognitive resources. Try this exercise. Institute a pre-work checklist ritual. Before starting any significant deep work session, quickly run through a standardized checklist. Is my objective for this session clear and specific? Do I know exactly what the next action is? Is my environment optimized for focus? Have I eliminated likely interruptions? Have I set a specific time frame for this work block? This brief ritual creates a consistent transition into focused work while ensuring you've addressed the most common focus disruptors before they become problems. With clear objectives and appropriate energy alignment, the final process design element involves structuring your work sessions themselves for optimal, sustained attention. Sustaining focus over time, managing energy within work sessions. The human brain isn't designed for continuous, uninterrupted focus. Research on attention patterns consistently shows that our ability to concentrate follows a cyclical pattern, with periods of high focus naturally alternating with periods of decreased attention. These ultradian rhythms, cycles that occur multiple times throughout the day, typically operate in roughly 90-minute intervals. We can maintain peak concentration for about 90 minutes before our focus naturally begins to wane, signaling the need for a brief recovery period. Fighting against these natural rhythms by forcing continuous focus leads to diminishing returns. The quality of your thinking declines, errors increase, and you ultimately accomplish less despite feeling like you're working harder. A more effective approach is deliberately structuring your work to align with these natural cycles through interval-based scheduling. Rather than attempting to maintain focus for extended, unbroken periods, design your work in defined intervals separated by brief recovery breaks. The specific interval structure can vary based on personal preference and the nature of your work. Some effective patterns include the classic Pomodoro technique, 25 minutes of focused work followed by a 5-minute break with a longer break after 4 cycles. The 90-20 method, 90 minutes of deep work followed by a 20-minute recovery period, aligning closely with natural ultradian rhythms. The 52-17 strategy, 52 minutes of concentrated work followed by 17 minutes of rest, a pattern identified in research on high-productivity workers. The exact timing matters less than the fundamental principle, alternating periods of focused effort with brief recovery intervals. This rhythmic approach not only prevents the deterioration of attention quality, but often increases total productive output compared to continuous work attempts. The nature of your break activities significantly impacts their restorative value. The most effective breaks involve physical movement, which increases blood flow to the brain and releases tension that accumulates during focused sitting. Even a brief walk or simple stretching can reset attention capacity. Complete mental detachment from work concerns, allowing your brain's focus networks to truly recover rather than continuing to process work-related thoughts. Exposure to different sensory inputs than your work involves. If you've been staring at a screen, look at distant objects. If you've been in a noisy environment, seek momentary quiet. What doesn't constitute an effective break is switching from one screen-based activity to another. Checking social media or news sites during a work break provides little cognitive recovery and often makes it harder to return to focused work. Try this exercise. Build your daily focus cadence. Plan tomorrow incorporating 1 to 3 focused deep work blocks, 60 to 90 minutes each, interspersed with short restorative breaks and periods for shallower tasks. Be specific about when these blocks will occur, what you'll work on during each, and what recovery activities you'll engage in during breaks. Experiment with different interval patterns over several weeks to discover your optimal rhythm. This structured approach to work sessions acknowledges the reality of cognitive limitations while maximizing your effective output within those constraints. Rather than fighting against attention fatigue through sheer willpower, you design your work pattern to leverage natural cognitive cycles. When combined with thoughtful physical and digital environment design, this process-focused approach creates a comprehensive system for cultivating and maintaining the deep focus necessary for your highest value work. The cumulative effect of these environmental and process design elements is profound. Rather than treating focus as a matter of personal discipline or motivation, you create conditions where concentration becomes the path of least resistance, the natural state that emerges from your carefully designed surroundings and workflows. This approach is particularly valuable for the ambitious but intelligently lazy person. It acknowledges that willpower is a limited resource better applied to the work itself than to constantly fighting against distracting environments. By front-loading the effort of environmental design, you reduce the ongoing energy required to maintain focus, allowing more of your cognitive resources to flow toward your actual objectives. The ability to consistently achieve deep focus on your most important work isn't just a productivity technique. It's a fundamental competitive advantage in a world of increasing distraction. As attention becomes more fragmented for most people, those who can protect and direct their focus gain the ability to consistently perform complex, valuable work that others find increasingly difficult. This capacity for sustained concentration on your vital 20% activities forms the foundation for everything else we've discussed in this book. Without it, even the best strategies for identifying leverage points, making good decisions, and overcoming procrastination will yield limited results. With it, you create the conditions for exceptional performance with minimal wasted effort, the essence of working less and winning more. But environmental design for focus is just one piece of a larger puzzle. Even with perfect focus, another challenge remains: sustaining your efforts over the long term without burning out or losing momentum. The most brilliant sprint means little if you can't maintain progress toward your most important goals over weeks, months, and years. In our final chapter, we'll explore the often overlooked factors that determine whether your approach to achievement is sustainable or self-defeating. You'll discover why many seemingly successful people eventually hit walls of diminishing returns and learn how to build systems that generate increasing momentum rather than inevitable burnout. The answer lies in a counterintuitive principle that challenges everything most of us have been taught about the relationship between effort and success. Chapter 9: Winning Sustainably. The race between the tortoise and the hare contains a truth far deeper than most realize. We focus on the moral, slow and steady wins the race, but miss the profound insight about sustainable success hidden within the fable. The hare didn't lose because he was less talented. He lost because his approach was fundamentally unsustainable. His bursts of spectacular effort, followed by complete collapse, created an illusion of progress that ultimately yielded nothing. The tortoise, with his consistent, measured pace, actually covered more ground over time despite never moving particularly fast at any moment. This pattern repeats endlessly in real life. The entrepreneur who works 100-hour weeks but burns out after 6 months. The dieter who loses 20 pounds in a month through extreme restriction only to regain 30. The student who crams for exams but retains nothing long-term. The writer who produces in manic bursts followed by months of creative drought. In each case, the approach that seems most impressive in the short term proves disastrous over time. Meanwhile, less flashy but sustainable methods quietly accumulate superior results. Throughout this book, we've explored powerful strategies for working less while winning more, identifying your vital 20%, handling the remaining 80% efficiently, taming decisions, overcoming procrastination, and designing environments for focus. But these strategies only create lasting transformation when integrated into a sustainable system, one that generates consistent results over the long term without depleting your resources or motivation. This final chapter addresses the crucial question: how do you turn these principles from temporary tactics into an enduring approach to achievement? How do you create not just occasional wins, but a sustainable pattern of success that compounds over time? The answer lies in understanding a counterintuitive truth. Sustainable achievement isn't about maintaining constant intensity. It's about creating rhythms and systems that naturally generate momentum while preserving your most precious resources, your energy, focus, and motivation. Let's explore how to build this sustainable approach to winning, beginning with the fundamental relationship between persistence and leverage. The persistence leverage cycle, integrating effort and strategy long-term. A common misconception about the 80-20 principle and strategic effort allocation is that they somehow eliminate the need for persistence. People sometimes interpret work less, win more as promising instant results with minimal effort. This misunderstanding leads to disappointment when reality proves more complex. The truth is that even the most intelligent approach to effort requires consistent application over time. The 80-20 principle doesn't eliminate the need for persistence. It redirects it toward your highest leverage activities. Consider the metaphor of baseball. Even the greatest home run hitters don't connect with every swing. Babe Ruth, who revolutionized baseball with his power hitting, struck out 1,330 times during his career. This king of swing, missed far more often than he connected with those legendary home runs. The pattern holds across domains. Successful entrepreneurs typically launch multiple ventures before finding their breakthrough. Best-selling authors often have earlier works that gained little traction. Scientists conduct countless experiments that yield no significant results before making important discoveries. This reality, many swings, few home runs, reveals something crucial about sustainable achievement. Success typically comes from persistent application of strategy rather than a single brilliant move. The key is taking many focused swings in areas with high potential payoff, not expecting immediate results from every attempt. This persistence must be paired with strategic flexibility. Progress rarely follows a linear path. More commonly, it follows what innovation researchers call S-curves, periods of slow initial progress, followed by rapid acceleration, and eventually plateaus where additional effort yields diminishing returns. These plateaus represent critical decision points. They signal that your current approach has extracted most of the available value and that continuing the same strategy will likely produce minimal additional results. At these junctures, simply working harder rarely helps. Instead, you need strategic adjustment, a new angle, different technique, or entirely fresh approach. Recognizing these natural S-curves prevents the common trap of doubling down on diminishing returns. When progress slows, the instinctive response is often to increase effort within the same strategy. The wiser approach is to step back, reassess, and potentially pivot to a new leverage point while maintaining your overall direction toward your goals. This dynamic, persistent application of strategy combined with flexibility at plateaus creates what I call the persistence leverage cycle. You consistently apply effort to your identified high-leverage activities, monitor results, and adjust your approach when progress slows, always seeking new points of maximum leverage. Try this exercise. Maintain an idea log and next swing plan. Create a dedicated space, digital or physical, where you regularly capture ideas for potential high-leverage actions related to your goals. Periodically review this log and select your next swing, a focused effort or experiment based on your current context and priorities. This practice ensures you always have options for strategic adjustment when you hit inevitable plateaus. This cycle of persistent effort, results monitoring, and strategic adjustment forms the foundation of sustainable achievement. It acknowledges that success rarely comes from a single perfect strategy, but rather from consistent application of good strategies with regular refinement based on feedback. But maintaining this cycle requires clear direction. Without well-defined goals that balance ambition with realism, even the most persistent efforts can scatter in too many directions or become discouraged by perceived lack of progress. Goal setting for real life, aiming for sustainable achievement. Traditional goal-setting advice often emphasizes ambitious targets with specific deadlines. Increase revenue by 50% within 12 months. Lose 30 pounds by summer. Launch new product by Q3. While clarity is valuable, this rigid approach can undermine sustainability in several ways. First, it focuses exclusively on outcomes that are often not entirely within your control. Market conditions, competitor actions, biological factors, and countless other variables influence results regardless of your effort quality. When you inevitably encounter obstacles or delays, this outcome fixation can lead to discouragement and abandoned efforts. Second, the all-or-nothing nature of these goals creates binary success-failure conditions. If you increase revenue by 45% instead of 50%, or launch your product 2 weeks after your self-imposed deadline, you've technically failed despite achieving significant progress. This binary framing ignores the substantial value created by partial achievement. A more sustainable approach involves distinguishing between outcome goals and process goals, then focusing your daily attention primarily on the latter. Outcome goals define the desired end states you're working toward, the results you ultimately want to achieve. These provide direction and purpose, but shouldn't dominate your daily focus. Process goals define the actions entirely within your control that will likely lead to your desired outcomes. These might include contact 5 potential clients weekly, work on product development for 90 minutes each morning, or review and refine marketing strategy every Friday. By focusing your daily attention on process goals while maintaining awareness of outcome goals, you create a sustainable approach that concentrates your effort on what you can directly control, provides daily opportunities for achievement and satisfaction, builds momentum through consistent action, reduces discouragement when outcomes develop slower than expected. This process orientation pairs well with what I call good, better, best targeting, setting tiered levels of achievement rather than single pass-fail thresholds. For example, good, increase revenue by 25%. Better, increase revenue by 40%. Best, increase revenue by 50%. This approach acknowledges the inherent uncertainty in ambitious goals while still providing clear direction. It allows you to celebrate meaningful progress even when you don't reach your ideal outcome, maintaining motivation for continued effort. Try this exercise. Draft a quarterly OKR, objectives and key results worksheet for one major goal. Define one clear objective, your primary outcome goal, 2 to 3 key results, measurable milestones that would indicate significant progress, and 3 to 5 process goals, specific actions within your control that you'll take consistently. This structure creates a balanced framework that connects daily actions to meaningful outcomes while providing multiple indicators of progress. This more nuanced approach to goal setting supports sustainable achievement by creating multiple success points rather than single pass-fail conditions. It acknowledges the reality of how progress actually happens through consistent effort that produces incremental gains, which compound over time. But even with well-structured goals, maintaining motivation for consistent action remains challenging. The initial excitement of new endeavors inevitably fades, and the middle phases of any significant project can feel like a grind without proper support systems. Motivation maintenance, keeping the engine running. Motivation isn't a personality trait or a fixed resource. It's a dynamic state influenced by numerous factors, many of which you can deliberately manage. Creating systems that naturally regenerate motivation rather than depleting it is crucial for sustainable achievement. One of the most powerful approaches is designing effective reward schedules that reinforce your desired behaviors. The key insight here is that rewards should primarily connect to process, actions taken, rather than just outcomes, results achieved. When rewards are tied exclusively to outcomes, you create long motivation gaps, periods where you're working without reinforcement because the results haven't yet materialized. This approach works for naturally enjoyable activities, but fails for tasks requiring significant effort or delayed gratification. A more effective approach involves creating a tiered reward system. Micro rewards for completing daily process goals. Medium rewards for achieving weekly or monthly milestones. Major rewards for reaching significant outcome thresholds. This structure provides regular reinforcement throughout your journey rather than just at the destination. It acknowledges effort quality regardless of whether external results have yet manifested, maintaining motivation during inevitable delays between actions and outcomes. The specific rewards should be personally meaningful but proportionate to the achievement. Micro rewards might include short breaks, small pleasures, or simple acknowledgments. Medium rewards could involve social activities, modest purchases, or dedicated leisure time. Major rewards might be more significant experiences, acquisitions, or celebrations. Beyond reward scheduling, making progress visible provides powerful motivation maintenance. Our brains respond strongly to visual evidence of advancement, which creates a sense of momentum that fuels continued effort. Effective visibility tools include progress trackers that show advancement toward key metrics, completed work logs that document consistent action, visual milestone markers that highlight significant achievements, streak counters that record unbroken chains of daily actions. These visibility systems transform abstract progress into concrete evidence, creating a psychological sense of movement that sustains motivation through challenging phases. Try this exercise. Design a personal trophy shelf, physical or digital. Create a dedicated space to visually represent completed projects, achieved milestones, positive feedback received, skills mastered, and other evidence of progress. Regularly update this display and review it when motivation wanes to remind yourself of your capabilities and momentum. Social accountability provides another powerful motivation maintenance system. When others are aware of our commitments and progress, we gain both support during challenges and positive reinforcement for achievements. This might involve formal accountability partnerships, public goal declarations, or simply regular progress sharing with supportive individuals. The combination of thoughtful reward scheduling, progress visibility, and social accountability creates a motivation ecosystem that naturally regenerates your drive rather than requiring constant willpower. This system acknowledges that motivation will naturally fluctuate and builds in mechanisms to restore it when it inevitably dips. But sustainable achievement requires more than just maintaining motivation within your work. It also demands attention to the broader context of your life, the foundation that either supports or undermines your long-term performance. Balancing life domains, recognizing work isn't everything. Perhaps the most common sustainability mistake is treating work achievement as separate from, or more important than, other life domains. This artificial separation ignores a fundamental reality. Your capacity for sustained high performance depends directly on the health of your entire life system. Physical health, relationships, rest, and play aren't distractions from achievement. They're essential components of the engine that powers it. They act as multipliers for sustainable performance rather than competitors for your time and energy. Research consistently shows that adequate sleep enhances cognitive function, creativity, and decision quality, the exact capabilities needed for high-leverage work. Regular physical activity improves mood, energy, and stress resilience. Strong relationships provide emotional support during challenges and meaningful context for achievements. Periods of true rest and play allow for mental recovery and insight generation that often solves problems direct effort cannot. Neglecting these domains might create short-term productivity gains, but it inevitably undermines long-term performance through diminished cognitive capacity, reduced resilience, and eventually full burnout. The ambitious but intelligently lazy person recognizes that strategic investment in these areas yields disproportionate returns in sustainable work capacity. The key is viewing these investments through the same 80-20 lens you apply to work itself. Not all health practices, relationship activities, or leisure experiences create equal value. By identifying the vital few actions in each domain that generate the majority of benefits, you can maintain balance without requiring excessive time. For example, research suggests that even modest amounts of physical activity, 20 to 30 minutes daily, provide the majority of cognitive and mood benefits. Similarly, regular meaningful connection with a few key relationships yields more well-being than scattered interaction across many superficial connections. Maintaining this balance requires developing awareness of early warning signs that indicate potential imbalance before it creates significant problems. These signals might include chronic fatigue that doesn't resolve with a single good night's sleep, increased irritability or emotional reactivity, reduced enjoyment of previously pleasurable activities, physical symptoms like headaches, digestive issues, or muscle tension, strained relationships or increased conflict, difficulty concentrating or making decisions. By recognizing these indicators early, you can make adjustments before imbalance leads to burnout or performance collapse. Try this exercise. Institute a weekly life balance pulse check. At the end of each week, briefly rate your satisfaction 1 to 5 in key life areas: work, health, relationships, and personal enjoyment. Note any domains scoring below 3 and identify one specific action you'll take the following week to address that area. This simple practice creates awareness of potential imbalances and prompts early corrective action. This balanced approach acknowledges that sustainable achievement isn't about maximizing work output at all costs. It's about optimizing your entire life system to support consistent high performance over the long term. The goal isn't working as much as possible, but creating conditions where your best work can emerge consistently without depleting your fundamental resources. But even with excellent balance and motivation systems, the landscape of opportunity and challenge constantly evolves. Sustainable achievement requires not just implementing effective strategies, but continuously refining them as circumstances change. The continuous improvement loop, making adaptation a habit. The strategies that create success initially often become less effective over time as conditions change, skills develop, and goals evolve. What constitutes your vital 20% today may not be the same 6 months from now. The decision areas requiring your personal attention will shift as your team or systems mature. The focus environments that work perfectly now may need adjustment as your projects or responsibilities change. Sustainable achievement requires not just implementing good strategies, but regularly reviewing and refining them through a continuous improvement process. This isn't about constant upheaval, but rather thoughtful evolution based on experience and changing circumstances. The most effective approach involves establishing a regular reflect, refine, refocus rhythm at multiple timescales. Daily, to 10 minutes. Brief reflection on what worked well, what didn't, and adjustments for tomorrow. Weekly, 15 to 30 minutes. Review of progress toward key goals, assessment of strategy effectiveness, and planning for the coming week. Monthly, 30 to 60 minutes. Deeper analysis of results patterns, evaluation of resource allocation, and potential adjustments to systems or approaches. Quarterly, 2 to 3 hours. Comprehensive review of goals, strategies, and results. Significant refinement of approaches, and reset of priorities for the coming quarter. Annually, half-day or full-day. Complete reassessment of direction, major goals, key leverage points, and overall life balance. Establishment of theme and priorities for the coming year. This nested review structure creates multiple feedback loops that allow for both quick tactical adjustments and deeper strategic evolution. It prevents the common pattern of continuing with approaches that have stopped working simply because you haven't paused to evaluate their effectiveness. The reflection component involves honest assessment of what's working, what isn't, and what you're learning. Effective questions include: which activities created the most value relative to the time invested? Where did I experience unexpected obstacles or results? What patterns am I noticing in my productivity, focus, or results? Which strategies seem to be becoming more or less effective over time? The refinement component involves adjusting your approaches based on these insights. This might include modifying your identified 20% activities as leverage points shift, adjusting your environment design as you discover new focus enhancers or disruptors, evolving your decision frameworks as you gain experience with different choice types, updating your procrastination strategies as you better understand your specific patterns. The refocus component involves recommitting to your priorities with any necessary adjustments. This includes confirming or revising your key goals and desired outcomes, identifying the specific high-leverage activities for the coming period, scheduling these priorities before other demands can claim your time, recommitting to the systems that support your sustainable performance. The annual review deserves special attention as an opportunity for deeper reassessment and renewal. Many high achievers benefit from creating a personal annual retreat, a dedicated day away from normal environments and responsibilities to reflect on the bigger picture of their work and life. Try this exercise. Draft your ideal agenda for a half-day personal, work less, win more retreat. What key areas would you review? What questions would you ask yourself? What preparation would make this time most valuable? What environment would best support deep reflection? Creating this structure now, even if your actual retreat is months away, establishes the expectation of regular strategic renewal. This continuous improvement approach acknowledges that sustainable achievement isn't about finding perfect strategies once and for all. It's about implementing good strategies, learning from their application, and continuously refining your approach based on real-world feedback. It embraces the reality that conditions, opportunities, and even your own capabilities will evolve over time, requiring corresponding evolution in your strategies. With this foundation of continuous improvement, we can now integrate all the elements we've explored into a cohesive personal operating system for sustainable achievement. Putting it all together, your personalized operating system. Throughout this book, we've explored numerous principles and practices for working less while winning more. The 80-20 reality, finding your vital 20%, handling the remaining 80%, taming decisions, overcoming procrastination, designing for focus, and creating sustainable systems. Each offers valuable benefits individually, but their true power emerges when integrated into a cohesive approach. Think of these elements not as separate techniques, but as components of a personal operating system, a comprehensive framework that governs how you allocate attention, make decisions, structure work, and maintain momentum. This operating system doesn't dictate every action, but provides guiding principles and default patterns that naturally lead toward more effective performance. The core of this operating system is the continuous cycle of 1. Identifying your highest leverage opportunities, your vital 20%. 2. Creating focused conditions to execute these priorities effectively. 3. Efficiently handling necessary but lower value tasks, your 80%. 4. Maintaining sustainable energy and motivation throughout. 5. Regularly refining your approach based on results and changing circumstances. This cycle operates at multiple timescales simultaneously. Within a day, you might focus your peak energy hours on high-leverage work while batching lower-value tasks during energy troughs. Across weeks, you might dedicate certain days primarily to deep work and others to meetings or administrative responsibilities. Over months and years, you continuously refine your understanding of where your unique leverage points lie and how to access them most effectively. The beauty of this approach is its flexibility. Unlike rigid productivity systems that prescribe specific tools or schedules, this operating system provides principles that can adapt to your changing circumstances, preferences, and goals. The specific implementation will look different for everyone, but the underlying logic remains consistent. Focus your best resources on your highest leverage opportunities while minimizing the costs of everything else. Creating your personalized version of this operating system involves selecting and adapting the specific practices that best address your current challenges and opportunities. Rather than trying to implement everything at once, focus on the vital few changes that will create the most significant improvement in your current situation. Try this exercise. Create your immediate next 90-day action roadmap based on the insights you've gained from this book. Identify the top 1 to 3 principles or practices you want to implement consistently over the next 3 months. For each, define what specific actions you'll take, how you'll measure success, and what support systems you'll put in place to ensure consistency. This focused approach prevents overwhelm while creating meaningful momentum. Remember that this operating system isn't something you perfect once and then simply execute. It's a living framework that evolves as you learn, grow, and encounter new challenges. The goal isn't rigid adherence to specific techniques, but rather continuous refinement of your approach to working less and winning more. The ultimate measure of this system's effectiveness isn't how perfectly you implement every strategy, but whether you're consistently moving toward your most important goals with less wasted effort and greater sustainability. Are you focusing more of your time on truly high-leverage activities? Are you handling necessary but lower-value tasks more efficiently? Are you maintaining energy and motivation rather than cycling through burnout and recovery? These outcomes matter more than the specific techniques used to achieve them. As we conclude this exploration of working less and winning more, I invite you to take one final action that embodies the essence of this entire approach. Commit to the first domino. Right now, identify the single smallest action you can take today based on what you've learned that will start building momentum toward working less and winning more. Then do it immediately. This might be scheduling your first 20% identification session, clearing your workspace of visual distractions, setting up a simple decision log, or any other small step that creates immediate forward movement. The specific action matters less than the act of beginning, of transforming insight into action without delay. This simple step embodies the core philosophy of this book, that small, strategic actions consistently applied create far greater results than sporadic bursts of undirected effort. It acknowledges that sustainable achievement doesn't require dramatic life overhauls, but rather thoughtful adjustments that compound over time. By taking this first small step, you set in motion a process that can fundamentally transform your relationship with effort and achievement. You begin the shift from working harder to working smarter, from busyness to effectiveness, from exhaustion to sustainability. The path of the ambitious but intelligently lazy person isn't about doing less for its own sake. It's about directing your finite energy toward what truly matters while eliminating the unnecessary drains that consume so many people's time and attention. It's about achieving more meaningful results with less wasted effort through strategic focus, intelligent systems, and sustainable practices. This approach won't just transform your productivity, it will transform your experience of work and life. When you consistently focus on high-leverage activities, efficiently handle necessary tasks, make decisions strategically, overcome procrastination systematically, design environments for focus, and maintain sustainable practices, you create conditions where achievement feels less like a constant struggle and more like a natural flow. You'll likely find that you accomplish more of what truly matters while experiencing less stress, greater presence, and more enjoyment of the process. You'll create space not just for achievement, but for the full spectrum of experiences that constitute a well-lived life. This is the ultimate promise of working less and winning more. Not just greater external success, but a more sustainable, satisfying, and meaningful journey toward your most important goals. It's available to anyone willing to challenge conventional wisdom about effort and achievement, to think strategically about where their energy goes, and to consistently apply the principles we've explored. The choice is yours. Will you continue with the traditional approach of indiscriminate effort across everything, or will you embrace the strategic path of the ambitious but intelligently lazy? Will you keep working harder, or will you start working smarter? Your first domino awaits. Yet working less and winning more is just the beginning, the foundation for a completely new way of thinking about achievement. But there's a deeper level that many miss, a fundamental shift that transforms occasional wins into consistent, predictable success. What if the very concept of goals, the targets we've been taught to pursue our entire lives, is actually holding you back from your full potential? The missing piece lies in understanding how to create automatic systems that generate results without constant effort or monitoring. For the complete blueprint to this transformative approach, continue your journey with the audiobook, Small Actions, Infinite Results. Create systems, not goals. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.